We are on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571(h) of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 2 cases scheduled for today. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first
elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all, Chair.
I think we're missing.
Mr. Arman Naki is should be here.
Thank you. Arman Naki, your access has been elevated.
I am present.
Are you? Do you have a camera so you can turn on? Mr. Klein, can you mute your line, please, sir? I'm waiting for everyone to be on camera if they are able to do so. Mr. Naki, do you have a camera, sir? If not, we can move on.
Yes, sir. I'm just connecting.
All right,
Thank
you. All right, good morning again, everyone. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. We'll start with you, Mr. Klein.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andrew Klein here on behalf of the licensee.
Mr. Mixon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Cameron Mixon, the Veritas Law Firm, also counsel to the licensee.
Mr. Naki, can you please spell and state? That's what I should have asked everyone to do that. But Mr. Naki, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. Arman Naki, ARMAN, last name Naki, NAQI.
Good morning, sir. Lieutenant McNulty Murphy.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Lieutenant Macaulay Murphy, MCHAULEY, Murphy, MURPHY.
Investigator Garcia.
George Garcia, George, Garcia, GARCIA.
Good morning, everyone. All right. This is a fact-finding hearing, and let me just put some background on. We're having a fact-finding hearing as a result of a request from Chief of Police Pamela A. Smith. On Friday, February 2nd, 2024, at approximately 2:04 a.m., Metropolitan Police Department officers responded to an unconscious person in front of 1100 15th Street Northwest. Preliminary investigation revealed that the victim and suspect attended a soft opening event at the location with family and friends. Following the closing, as the victim was leaving the location, he was approached by the suspect. The victim and the suspect had a verbal altercation that became physical. The victim was punched by the suspect and hit his head on the pavement. He then lost consciousness and was transported to the hospital. The suspect fled the location before the arrival of the officers. Unfortunately, the victim did not survive his injuries and was pronounced deceased on February 8th, 2024. As a result of this action, the Chief of Police sent a request to the board for us to have a fact-finding hearing to investigate whether or not there were any, what is the response basically from the establishment, and whether or not this was a preventable action by the licensee. Just want to set the stage that this is an informal proceeding. The board cannot order the establishment to take any specific steps. What the board is doing here is investigating, and we're asking questions. At the end of the hearing, the board can either determine that there are no further actions necessary, or the board can send this matter over to the Office of Attorney General for the Office of Attorney General to take action to see if a show cause hearing should be held in this case. Again, none of the witnesses who are testifying here today will be sworn in because this is an informal process, and the board is just doing a fact-finding to investigate. Any questions before we start? No? One of the things that I will do, I will start with Lieutenant Murphy, since this is a request that was made to the board for the board to further investigate. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep, my name is Lieutenant Macaulay Murphy, 2nd District. And Mr. Anderson, as you stated in the fact-finder letter, this incident did occur on Friday, February 2nd at approximately 0200 hours. I was the watch commander during that tour for midnight. Upon arrival on the scene, the victims has already been transported to a nearby hospital where we provide all life-saving measures. And the victim was pronounced 6 days later on February 8th at the hospital. Upon arrival on the scene, the suspect was not there, fled on foot in unknown locations. And that's what we know for right now. This case is currently being investigated by Homicide Branch. And that's what we know for right now. They are conducting a follow-up in reference to this case. I'll take any questions if anybody has any questions in reference to this case.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I don't know if any other board members might have any specific questions of you, sir. Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Lieutenant Macaulay.
Good morning, Mr. Short. Good morning, Mr. Short.
Okay. Lieutenant, you said you did go to the scene there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this location is 1100 15th Street, Northwest Washington, D.C.?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in the 2nd District?
I've been in the 2nd District for about almost 2 years now. I got promoted as a lieutenant in July of 2021 last year. I'm sorry, 2022 last year.
Well, before you became a lieutenant or through the Metropolitan Police Department, Did you have any knowledge at all of this area, 1100 block of 15th Street Northwest?
No, sir.
You had no idea?
No, I did not know any. I did not know the area of a Northwest. When I was an officer, in the Southeast, 7th District, got promoted to the Northeast side, and this is my first time here on the Northwest side, the 2nd District.
Okay, well, that's fair. And so, since you've been there, is this the norm that someone will be struck, knocked down on the street, and transported to the hospital, and then is it true that this person expired? They're gone?
No, sir, it is not the norm here in the Northwest side in the 2nd District. I believe this event occurred, as Mr. Anderson stated in the fact finder letter. Both the victim and the suspect attended a gathering, unknown what the reason were, why they got to a physical altercation. And apparently the victim got assaulted and fell down to the ground, hit the pavement, and hit his head. And because of the injury, sustained life-threatening injuries. This is not a norm here in the 2nd District, sir.
Okay, so now this establishment, Keto, is a CT, or so it's not. So describe the business model that you know about this establishment.
So basically, I also worked the nightlife area in Golden Triangle. Aikido was the first time I ever heard of that location when I first arrived on that scene on that day. Apparently, I believe that was the first night of soft opening, where they just kind of like have like a little private gathering.
Forgive me for cutting off. Is this a nightclub or a tavern, or both?
It's not a nightclub. It's like
It's a restaurant. It's a typical
Well,
restaurant.
Our records. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the correction, but I'm seeing that it's CT on the paperwork I have in front of me.
But as you're aware, Mr. Short, a CT can be a traditional restaurant. This establishment is a restaurant.
Okay, I'm just for the record. It's registered with ABCA as a CT. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
It's my understanding, but it is a restaurant because a restaurant can either be a CR or a CT, and this establishment is a restaurant.
Okay, well, again, I'll ask questions based on the paperwork I have in front of me, which says they're registered as a tavern / as you would say, restaurant. So now, Lieutenant Murphy, can you give us for this, as the chairman will call it a restaurant, but the paperwork will say a tavern. Would you give us what their business model is, or what it has been since you've been involved with it as a nightlife person there in the 2nd District?
After the incident on February 2nd, we never had any other issue with that particular place. When I arrived on the scene, the owners was, I believe the restaurant was in the closing time. It wasn't nobody left inside of the business, but the owners were still there. They're very cooperative with giving us any information that we acquire of them. And after the incident, we never had any issue with that place.
Okay, so what time was that when you got there, or when it went on record with MPD?
The incident date and time would be like around 0200 hours, and I got notified probably like maybe a couple minutes after, and so I arrived there maybe about 10 minutes later, probably like 2:15, 2:20.
2:20?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
And so basically, this was a soft opening. Do you know? Can you explain to us what you know about what's considered to be a soft opening?
I cannot articulate more what soft opening will be, but according to the owner, it was just like a private gathering, which just invite families and friends to come over. I was not open to the public, just like private gathering. That's what my interpretation of soft opening will be.
Has the suspect been identified as to who assaulted this person?
Our homicide branch have identified a person of interest. So they are currently investigating that as far as if we have an actual suspect. I do not know of that. Our homicide branch is following up on it, but we do have a person of interest right now, and the case is currently in grand jury.
Was this person of interest identified as a person a patron of keto?
Yes, I believe both the victim and the suspect were in attendance of the restaurant after he got assaulted.
Had anything occurred inside of a keto that you know of prior to the incident happening on the street where someone was killed?
No, sir. Nothing happened inside. Everything happened on the outside. Was
there any camera information that you were available to MPD or that you know of?
Not that I know of. A homicide branch detective did arrived on the scene, so I'm not sure if they did obtain any video footage. But as far as my knowledge, I do believe there were video cameras in the area, so should be video footage available. As far as I know of, I did not obtain any video myself, but a homicide branch detective might have.
This might be speculative, but maybe you can answer it or not. The suspect or person of interest, if they are found to have been the person who assaulted the person who died, will they be charged with murder or homicide?
Yeah, I would believe so. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your testimony. And thank you for your service, Lieutenant Murphy.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Klein, I'm going to do something a little bit different this morning. Can you describe this establishment? I'm not sure, is it Mr. Klein or Mr. Mixon? Whoever it is.
It's going to be Mr. Mixon this morning. I get the second chair today.
Okay, Mixon. Just to clarify the record, what type of establishment is just describe for the record what type of establishment this is, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. To address Member Short's questions about the business model. Akedo, while being licensed as a CT, functions, it's like a traditional restaurant with full food service. It's kind of a fast casual concept, an alternative to the more upscale complete dining experience of their neighboring property, Shoto. Kind of features Japanese food with some Western touches, a little bit of Italian or American flavors mixed in. So it's not a club or establishment people will go to drink alongside food.
Mr. Mixon, do you have any questions of the lieutenant?
And to continue with just a clarification, I do in fact have a question, but just to address the question of a soft opening, it's an event in which prior to the full launch of the establishment, some invited guests get to meet the staff of the restaurant and try out select items to kind of build brand awareness and report it with word of mouth. Normally very successful, casual, fun event, unlike the present situation, fortunately. I do have a question, in fact, for Lieutenant Murphy. Lieutenant Murphy, thank you for being here today and helping us find clarity. Just was wondering, to your knowledge of the night of this incident and then in any subsequent aspects of the investigation, has the licensee been cooperative?
Yes, they were very cooperative. When I arrived on the scene, and it's even till current, they're very cooperative with our homicide detective. They're fully cooperative. They haven't given us any issues.
Excellent. No further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Garcia. Good morning, Mr. Garcia. Can you tell us, do you have any knowledge of this incident?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you became aware of this incident?
I was notified through a request for a fact finding requested by MPD.
And what action, if any, did you take?
I visited the establishment to get further information about what occurred on the night in question.
So can you share with us what is it that you're able to find out?
So I did speak to all of the security staff that were present, that were working during the soft opening, and all the security staff seems to have the same concept of what occurred. Basically, the security staff weren't made aware what took place until after it took place, until EMS arriving on scene, there was a crowd surrounding, and that's typically when the security staff was made aware of an incident that took place in that surrounding area.
So tell us about, did you write a case report?
I did. So, the incident didn't, just for clarification, according to according to a lot of the staff and the different people I spoke to, the incident did not take place in front of Aikido. It took place maybe about 200, 300 meters away from Aikido's. But it's in the same, it's kind of called a food court. It's multiple establishments within this vicinity, but they all are accompanied by this particular food court area.
Okay.
So I did speak to 3 of the security guards who advised me that the only thing they heard was oh, somebody got knocked out. They heard a lot of that going around during the incident that took place. None of the security staff seems to know who was the suspect or wasn't able to identify him at all. They didn't have specifics on what took place. They just knew that someone was assaulted in the food court area.
No, but as far as your investigation, why is it that none of the security knew the specifics or what took place?
Because it happened a short distance away from the front of the establishment. So apparently the establishment has their security staff stationed in front of Aikido's.
All right.
Aikido's is maybe about, I'm gonna say about 300 meters from the front of the establishment is where it took place.
Well, the question I'm trying to ask you, Mr. Garcia, is that based on your investigation, were the 2 individuals, were they customers of Aikido?
I was able to verify that one was the victim was in fact inside of the establishment and was a customer of Aikido's.
And so, based on your investigation, were you able to confirm whether or not the victim was involved in any type of infraction inside of let me ask you, did you get a chance to review camera footage inside the establishment?
I did. There was no incidents that took place inside of the establishment.
All right, so you're saying that nothing, there are no. So you're saying that based on your camera footage, nothing occurred inside the establishment. Is that correct?
Correct.
So are you so what is it that you, in reviewing the camera and the camera footage, what is it that you saw inside the establishment? Just explain what is it, the period of time you look at video, and what is it that you saw?
First thing I did was when I spoke to all of the security guards, one of them were able to identify what the victim had on, and I was able to catch him on the video footage that was provided to me. So throughout the establishment, I tried to follow him as best as I can. And throughout the time of the footage that I was provided, he was in the establishment with no incidents that took place that he was involved in.
And as a result of your investigation, is there anything that you believe that this establishment could have done to prevent this incident?
No. The only thing that I would probably recommend is that the establishment reorganize their cameras to get a different angle, a wider view of the vicinity that they're in to combat this issue in the future. But according to the homicide detectives that I spoke to, the establishment did everything that they were required to do. This was something that happened outside of the establishment and beyond their powers.
And based on your investigation, it's your view that whatever happened outside was in no way tied to this establishment outside of the fact that the victim was a customer.
Correct.
And just as a result of your investigation, did you conclude were there any ABRA violations committed by the establishment?
The establishment did not have any violations.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any of the board members of Mr. Garcia? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Investigator Garcia. Good morning, Mr. Investigator, or good afternoon. Well, no, good morning. Good morning, Investigator Garcia.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I hear you now, yes.
Okay, good morning.
Okay. You said your view of the cameras on the inside, in your opinion, as an ABCA investigator, and how many years of experience do you have, or what is your experience?
5 years.
5 years. And so you testified that, in your opinion, the camera footage was not adequate. Is that correct?
Testified that the video footage outside could be a wider view, but the inside was fine.
Okay. And that when you talk with security, the security persons, that they told you that the person was inside, or you found out after looking at the footage?
They advised me that the victim was inside.
Okay. Now, the security persons you talked to, I do know that some of our security persons that work inside of ABC establishments have training. Are you aware of any kind of training these persons had, security for this establishment?
They all disclosed that they had training offered by the establishment.
Excuse me?
They all advised me that they were provided training by the establishment.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, now, again, the victim was inside, and how far from the front door was he assaulted and eventually died from? How many feet from the front door?
300. It was by the staircase or the stairwell leading downstairs.
And the camera footage, you said that if it was, the coverage had been better on outside, would have picked that up? Is that what you're saying? Might have picked it up? Is that yes or no?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for your report. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? But go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia, and thank you for being with us. Just two quick questions for you. One, along those lines of the camera placement and their scope in terms of being able to pick up on activity in a wider range. One, is that going to be an official recommendation from you to the establishment and to the board? And then secondly, in the event that you make that an official recommendation that the cameras are changed, is it within your purview to review the updated sort of stance or placement of the cameras to ensure that they are sufficient in capturing a wider scope of footage and activity?
Can, but to my knowledge, the establishment doesn't have a board order or any type of order issuing them to have that camera view to capture that specific area. So it is my recommendation, but I'm not sure if we can enforce that without having a board order or something of that sort in place.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions? Lieutenant, do you have any questions of the investigator?
No, sir.
Mr. Mixon?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Investigator Garcia, good morning. Thank you for being here. In your investigation, has the licensee and any of its staff, have they been cooperative? Yes, thank you. In terms of where camera coverage should be for the establishment, do you think that all establishments should be able to view 300 meters in every direction?
For the safety of the area and with the circumstances that took place at this establishment, well, in the vicinity of this establishment, yes, I do.
Understood. Did you speak with any MPD investigators in the course of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Can you identify who those were?
I spoke to one detective, Nicole Howard, and her partner, Brian Edelmeyer.
Can you tell us what Detective Howard said?
I did follow up with an email with her, and she did reply that, "Hello, Mr. Garcia. I'll be glad to help you in any way that I can. I can tell you off the hand that the club is not responsible for what happened. This was an isolated incident that no one could have foreseen happening. The club manager and staff have been very helpful in providing prompt assistance as soon as the incident occurred. I don't really think that it's anything that they could have done differently, that they have changed the outcome of what happened."
Thank you. I understand that according to the report, there was an additional statement by Detective Howard the next day. Could you please tell us what that says?
Yeah, I did speak with the previous statement was an email, but the interview that I did with both partners, Brian and Nicole, Detective Ademeyer stated that both the victim and suspect were inside at the establishment at one point. I'm sorry, that both the suspect and the victim were inside of the establishment at one point, but the entire conflict occurred outside of the establishment. The detective stated that the investigation is still ongoing, and that the detective stated that the incident took place a decent amount away from the establishment and far away from where the establishment security was unable to intervene. The detective also stated that the incident took place nowhere near the establishment. Detective Nicole stated that she does not believe that the establishment could have done anything to prevent the incident, as this incident was an isolated incident. It had nothing to do with the parties involved with being overserved by Aikido. She also stated that she believes that the incident isn't something that spilled over from the club.
Thank you, investigator.
You're welcome.
Returning to the earlier discussion of possible camera coverage and the distance of the incident from the establishment, you're aware that you estimated 200 maybe through 300 yards. You're aware that 300 yards is, meters, apologies. 300 meters is roughly equivalent to somewhere around 300 yards.
Yes.
Are you aware that 100 yards is the distance of a football field? So we can estimate just by using this frame of reference that we're talking about approximately somewhere 3 football fields away. This incident took place from the establishment.
That's not accurate.
If that's not accurate, can we clarify a distance we're describing then?
The distance was approximately like, yeah, you know what? Feet. I'm sorry, correction, feet.
Understood. Okay, it's more clear. Do you think that it was reasonably foreseeable that that was an area that was outside of the scope of service or entrance to the establishment, that's somewhere that an incident of this nature might take place?
Repeat the question.
Is it reasonably foreseeable to the licensee that this is somewhere that they would have to cover as if it was a part of their establishment?
It's asking if it's reasonable.
Could they reasonably expect this to happen, foresee it?
That's not something you prepare for.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. All right. All right, that's fine. Mr. Mixon, is there any? I might have some questions I want to have the owner. So, but are there any statement that you want to make on behalf of your client?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to say our piece. What we have here today is an obviously incredibly tragic event that, and no one here is oblivious, of course, to the severity of what transpired. A man died, but his death, as unfortunate as it was, bears no connection to the operations or security protocols of the establishment. Keto has taken reasonable prudent measures that every licensed establishment should take. Secured itself, installed security cameras, cooperated with MPD and ABCA when asked. And there's nothing to suggest that a random act of violence that just happened to take place somewhere, potentially hundreds of feet away from the establishment, has any bearing on the security measures that they've taken. I was speaking earlier about foreseeability. And when you look at all the factors here, there is not foreseeable event. The two individuals involved in this incident seem to have dined normally at the establishment with no signs of hostility, no negative interactions inside the establishment, left separately, engaged in walked away, essentially outside of the scope of the establishment and its security personnel. Neither entered with a weapon. Nothing on the record suggests that they were intoxicated. Ultimately, and nothing suggests that there was intent on either party to go there with violent intentions in any way that was foreseeable to the licensee. In fact, I believe was the victim on his way out had a friendly interaction with one of the licensee's employees. This is unfortunately random and outside of the scope of what anybody could be expected to understand. Simply put, it's bad luck. It's not every day that someone gets into a fist fight and happens to fall and wind up dead. If you ask the people who tasked were with understanding what happened on February 2nd, they collectively all say that there's no relationship between the establishment's operations in this event. Two different MPD detectives said that it was so far away that there's really nothing they could have done. It didn't spill over from the club such that they should have been expected to monitor or follow these people in any way. It's effectively on public space, out on the street, beyond the scope of where security personnel would be expected to observe or intervene. Similarly, as we've heard just now, Investigator Garcia doesn't believe that there was anything they could have done. And, Akato's been nothing but willing to cooperate with MPD and ABCA. We're here today because we want to answer questions and address the gravity of the situation. But ultimately, the record just reflects that this is a completely random incident that could have happened across the street as much as it happened in a courtyard hundreds of feet away, unrelated to Cato and the actions of its staff. Ultimately, I think we're confused. We're not quite sure why we're here, what could be done. If people get into altercations prior to leaving, after leaving a licensed establishment, and how that has anything to do with how the establishment conducts its business or responds to security incidents. And that's all I have for now.
Oh, Mr. Mixon, we're having a hearing today because as I started off the hearing, that the chief of police requested a violent incident occurred within close vicinity to this establishment, and it appears that both the victim and the aggressor were customers of this establishment. And the purpose of this hearing is to see, as you're aware, since you practice in this area, that a lot of times we have incidents that have started inside the establishment, and because the security, since if they do not follow proper procedures, these incidents are followed up outside, and so that's one of the reasons why the chief of police requested that we have a fact-finding hearing, and all that we're doing is trying to find out. So maybe you can tell us. I just want to get some clarification whether you or your client can respond to this. Is it true that were both the victim and the aggressor in the establishment? Because I'm unclear.
That is our understanding from the record.
What's your understanding, sir?
The case report states that they both patronized the establishment.
All right, fine. And either you or your client can respond to this. And so just explain to us again what type of event was being held the night in question.
A soft opening, a promotional early night of operation to introduce the establishment to the community, certain invited guests.
And just clarification again, either you or your client can respond. Is your client aware of any dispute or any verbal altercations that occurred inside regarding the victim and the aggressor?
None at all.
And this is a question for either yourself or your client can respond. Do we know how much alcohol was served to the victim and or the aggressor?
It's not known, but nothing in the record suggests that there was.
Well, I know the investigator, but is your client aware? I mean, did they talk to see whether or not how much alcohol did either victim or the aggressor consume?
I mean, through any review of the security footage, I believe this would have been identified, but it's our understanding that it was a soft opening, hardly a wild kind of night. To the best of our knowledge, they dined and maybe had drinks with dinner, but it wasn't their intention to be intoxicated.
Well, it's never, and I don't believe that it's anyone's intention to be intoxicated, but things happen, and so the other question I'm asking, and maybe whether or not your client can respond to this, was there any evidence of intoxication or overservice by your client to either the victim or the aggressor?
I see Mr. Naki shaking his head now.
Well, maybe he can. I mean, the bottom line, I know you're representing Mr. Naki. This is a fact-finding hearing, so I mean, his reputation and his business is on trial. So I mean, if there's something he wants to say, of course, under your guidance, he's welcome to say something in responding to any of the questions that I'm asking.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. If I may, neither party appeared to be overserved or for that matter intoxicated.
All right, thank you, sir. And so just another, what what are the establishment's protocols for preventing intoxication or overservice?
Sir, we have very strict protocols with all our staff, serving staff, that if any individual patron seems to be, you know, in excess or intoxicated, that we immediately inform the patron that we cannot continue with service. And we actually provide water, and that's pretty much it.
And just one last question, sir. Are the staff authorized to deny admittance to alcohol or alcohol service to people that appear intoxicated?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely, sir.
I don't have any other questions. Any board members have any questions for the owner through Mr. Mixon? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the owner of the established licensee. The question come up, and I asked it earlier. Who trained your security persons on nightlife or in restaurant business or CT business in the District of Columbia?
Good morning, sir. We hold extensive training of our staff through experienced management that is hired by our establishment, and personnel who work in security have participated in a program that we mandate to any incoming new staff members, which is a training course that lasts 120 minutes and includes various topics, but not limited to duties and responsibilities for a security host, screening IDs, conflict resolution, use of force, rules and laws, observance of alcohol and drugs, and power of arrest, etc. It includes trainings, testing, and final assessment before people are offered a passing grade, and we take that very seriously.
Thank you very much. Are you aware that there are many establishments in the District of Columbia, and that our District of Columbia Council passed laws that suggest or mandate for some that their security persons get filed with the Metropolitan Police Department? That reason being that a lot of people who get trained by persons who are untrained themselves have issues about handling those kind of situations that wound up in people being killed. So, as the chair said at the beginning of the hearing, this hearing is not about having you to do anything other than what you've been doing, but just a suggestion. If your persons who are in charge of your security for your business have not had some serious professional training, maybe that's an issue that you need to consider. And again, not saying that your persons aren't or are formally trained or aren't trained. So for the record again, who can you name that has a registered business in the District of Columbia that did the training for your staff, security staff?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to jump in here. I'm sorry. I mean, we've been through this, many fact findings, and if the board needs to request an opinion from the Attorney General as to what is required with respect to training, let's do it. But having our clients appear before the board and it being suggested that there's a requirement of which I've never seen and I'm unaware of is simply unfair. And I object to it. There's no such requirement. I'm sorry, Mr. Short. I completely disagree with you. And if there's some question about this, let's ask the AG and let's get straight on it, because it really is unfair.
Thank you for you've expressed your opinion, Mr. Klein. Do you have another question you want to ask, Mr. Short?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is again for the owner. How long have you been in business in the District of Columbia?
Mr. Short, we have been in we've been in business since February 1st, 2024 at this particular establishment. We own another establishment, critically acclaimed restaurant brand within this at the same building address that has been in business since February 14th, 2022.
So you have 2 years of business experience in the nightclub business or the CT business or restaurant business at night. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To clarify, not nightclub experience. We operate restaurant, bar, and lounges.
But is it true, yes or no, that your license says that you are a CT, which is a tavern? Is that what your license says?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So do you know the difference between how a restaurant is run and a tavern is run? Can you explain that to us? With your knowledge of business since you've been in business?
I mean, I understand that the definition of a restaurant versus a tavern has to do with the split in sales between food and beverage. A tavern, just like a restaurant, is an establishment that serves both beverage as well as food offering.
Okay, that's very fair. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of this witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Since you're speaking, Mr. Naki,
Yes, Chairman.
I need you to clarify for the record, what type of establishment do you run? Just tell us what type of establishment is, how do you pronounce, for the record, how do you spell and pronounce the name of the establishment, and tell us what type of business is it, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The name of the establishment is ABCA, and we run a fast casual, very high-end, chef-driven restaurant with a themed Japanese styled bar and lounge area.
What does that mean, sir? Mr. Naki.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You are telling the public what type of establishment you run, sir. I'm just asking you. Just tell me. That don't mean nothing to me, sir.
It's a Japanese. It's very simply. It's a Japanese themed cuisine, decor, etc. Casual restaurant and bar.
All right, sir. Any other questions by any other board members? All right. All right. Thank you. Any?
No, Mr. Anderson, I did not have any additional comments.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, any final comments you want to make if you so desire?
No, I don't.
Mr. Mixon, on behalf of your client, any final comments you want to make, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. We appreciate what's going on here today, and we're happy to assist in any way. Anytime any establishment, any licensee is implicated, even by distant extension, to an unfortunate and violent incident like this, it's exactly the kind of thing that no one wants to have to deal with. But in light of the severity of what happened, ABCA has fully cooperated with investigators, has come here to answer questions to the best of their ability, to the best of knowledge. But in the course of today's proceedings, no one has identified a security failing, a real lack of care, of inability to meet ABCA's duty of care with respect to the security of its operations. Nothing about the actions of the two parties involved in this violent incident could have led anyone to believe that they were on the cusp of entering into a physical altercation. To repeat, they expressed no hostility to one another or anyone else on the premises. They didn't bring a weapon. There's no suggestion that they were overserved and on the cusp of violence. Something happened outside that was unknown to those of us today, licensee at the time, probably anyone but the people there. Wasn't even foreseen to them that their night would go that way or that the deceased would end up as such. It's unfortunate bad luck, but the responsibility of licensees is to take prudent and reasonable measures to respond to foreseeable consequences within the scope of the licensed premises. Nothing about what's suggested today says that they didn't do that. Everyone involved in fact-finding this investigation prior to today has concluded that they see no relationship between the event that took place and the licensee or its security protocols. I think that that's been only reinforced by our conversation today. To address the suggestion that perhaps there's responsibility of the establishment to have security cameras so encompassing that something that I believe that's that an incident as much as 300 feet away or the distance of a football field away, that's expected that they should be able to record that is within the scope of foreseeability, I think stretches far beyond what the law requires, anticipates, or what anyone from a common sense perspective would reasonably expect. If anybody could have done anything to prevent this, I'm absolutely sure that they would have. But the reality is that tragic and random events happen all the time. And it's not fair, and it is not conducive to the doing of business in the District of Columbia if we're going to hold every establishment to have precognitive or superhuman powers to respond to incidences that they cannot foresee or that are beyond the scope of their control. And I think it would be terribly tragic if we were here every week responding every time a violent incident just happened to be situated somewhat within the proximity of an establishment. It would be a terrible waste of administrative resources in the power of this agency, and would have a powerful chilling effect against operators, established businessmen who want to do a good job of contributing to our community with licensed establishments. So thank you for giving the chance to answer these questions today.
Thank you, sir. All right. I'm going to bring this matter to closure. As I stated before, the options that the board has is to take no further action or to submit this matter to the Office of the Attorney General for further action if the board determines that they believe that the establishment, their action or inaction contributed to this event. So thank you very much for, so we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much for your presentation today. And everyone have a great day. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Prior to calling the next case on our calendar, what I want to do, I want to do two agenda items. And the first agenda item that I want to do is the notice of meeting for medical cannabis licensing agenda for Wednesday, for April 25th. I'm sorry, Thursday, April 25th. And the first matter on the this agenda, which is the conditional retailer and internet retailer applications. Number one, it's review of social equity application for conditional retailer license for Paper Plains DC LLC, license number 128050. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number two, review of social equity application for conditional retailer license. This is TURPZ, TURPZ, LLC, license number 127976. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number three, review of social equity application for conditional internet retailer license. This is for Buzzed, BUDZ company, trade name HBZ, license number 127938. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Then we now move on to the standard retail applications on the same agenda. Number four, review of social equity application for a new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for HCDC, license number 127746. I make a motion that we deny this application based on their failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number five, review of social equity application for a new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is Pendergrass Associates Consulting Services LLC, license number 127400. I make a motion that we deny this request based on the application does not meet unlicensed operation criteria, proof of prior operations. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number six, review of standard application for a new retailer license. The Crank Corner, license number 127400. I make a motion that we deny this request based on the failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. This is now the standard cultivation center application. Number seven, review of social equity application for a new cultivation center license. This is for HCDC, license number 127747. I make a motion that we deny this request based on their failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move on to the conditional cultivation center manufacturing courier applications. Number eight, review of social equity application for a new manufacturer license. This is Freeman and Sons Solar, license number 125517. I make a motion that we deny this request based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number nine, review of social equity application for a new cultivation center license. This is Freeman and Sons Solar, license number 125527. I make a motion that we deny this request based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review of standard application for new manufacturer license. This is for Jawi Landscaping and Design LLC, license number 126796. I make a motion that we deny this request based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 11, review of standard application for a new cultivation center license. This is Jawi, Jawi Landscaping and Design LLC, license number 126793. I make a motion that we deny this application based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Short, second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 12, review of standard application for new courier license. This is Curbside LLC, license number 126543. I make a motion that we deny this request based on the failure to pay approval fee. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our medical cannabis license administrative docket for April 25th, 2024. The first applicant on this docket is Don Fuego, license number 126790. Their medical cannabis delivery endorsement application. It's a new application. I make a motion that we approve this application. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, a request from this is Wishing Wellness, license number 126747. Their medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement, new application standard. I make a motion that we grant this application. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And number 3 is Green Theory, license number 126813. Their medical cannabis retailer, new application standard. I make a motion that we approve this application. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We've now done with our agenda items, so let's now move back to our calendar. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number, the show cause hearing, continuation of a show cause hearing, case number 23-251-00016, Madams Organ, license number 25273. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Christopher Salcott, your access has been elevated. I believe Sarah Reynolds, your access has been elevated. And we have a call-in user, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bianco, can you mute your line, sir? Thank you. Okay. All right. This matter comes before the board today to conclude the show cause case number 23-251-0016 in the matter of 2461 Corporation trade name Madams Organ. By way of background, this hearing was originally scheduled for March 20th, 2024, and the hearing was held that day, but time did not permit the board or the parties to finish the entire hearing. Specifically, the government finished their case in chief, and at the conclusion of the government's case, the respondent moved to dismiss the matter. The board took oral argument on the record at that time, but deferred making a decision until after the conclusion of the entire hearing. The board's position has not changed on that course of action, and we will now turn our attention to the respondent's case in chief. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Mr. Southcott, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott, from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Bianco, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Richard Bianco. I represent the licensee in this matter, RICHARD BIANCO.
All right, so Mr. Bianco, how many witnesses do you have you're going to call this morning?
I have three, Mr. Duggan, Ms. Reynolds, and a third, Zach Miller, and it looks like Mr. Miller is having trouble getting on. He was the call-in user and isn't able to get on using the link. He's actually texting with me
Who's the
as we speak. He's a fact witness.
No, I said who's the first witness you wish to call?
So I was going to call Mr. Miller first, but he's
okay. All right, so we'll figure out how to get Mr. Miller on. So what is the concern that Mr. Miller is having so our IT can assist him?
So when he clicks the link, it says the address is invalid. And then when he to join from his browser, and then when he tries to download the app, it doesn't download. So he had called in earlier. I'm glad to provide his number to the IT folks as well.
But it said that you well, I see the link is provided in the chat. Maybe he should be able to access the link that's in the chat.
So I am going to send him this link that's in the chat.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
If this witness is to be, if the purpose of this witness's testimony is to be an eyewitness to the incident in question, then the district would be objecting to the testimony of this witness as being not relevant to these proceedings. The only charge before the board is whether the establishment abided by the terms of its security plan, particularly with respect to whether they created an incident report or contacted MPD or EMS on the night of the incident in question. And so to that end, actual eyewitness testimony about the incident itself isn't relevant to the charge of whether the establishment abided by its security plan.
So my response to that, Mr. Chair, would be that the overwhelming majority of the district's case consisted of several hearsay statements specifically about the incident. So then, which were objected to, by the way. So to now come in and say the incident's not relevant is a curious position to take.
Well, let me ask a question, Mr. Southcott. Was this witness identified on the disclosure?
He was.
So I'm going to deny your motion then. All right.
Okay. So my witness has just texted me saying, with a screenshot of the message that he's getting, which says Safari can't open the page because the address is invalid.
What address is invalid? I mean, how can the address be invalid if this is the address that the IT person provides?
I understand, and I think it's the one that the rest of us used to get in.
Ask him what browser is he using. Maybe he needs a different web browser.
Sure, he's using, according to the message, the screenshot he just sent me, he's using Safari.
Or tell him he can use a different web browser. That shouldn't be that difficult.
Okay.
Or use Google Chrome. Any luck, sir?
He's trying that now, Mr. Anderson.
All right, I see there's a call-in user. Is that the person?
Yes, that's correct. That's him. I was just trying to
All
get
right.
him in because of the board's preference for being able to see the witnesses, which I certainly understand. He's having some trouble getting Chrome downloaded to try and use that
Fine.
as a camera. But
All right, we need to move on. So he needs to unmute himself. Hello?
Hey, good morning.
All right, so what's the first witness? What's your first witness, Mr. Bianco?
my first witness is Zach Miller.
Mr. Miller,
Yes, good morning.
I don't know what location you're in, sir, but there's a lot of background noise. Is there any way you can delete that background noise, sir?
Let me see if I can make it a little quieter. Is that better?
So far, so good. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Let me know when your hand is raised, sir.
My hand is raised.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, Mr. Bianco.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Zachary Miller, Miller.
Okay. Are you familiar with the establishment trading as Madam's Organ Restaurant and Bar?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that establishment?
I worked down the street from that establishment starting in 2005. I'm sometimes patron. It's just another establishment on the block with which I worked for a very long time.
Okay. So do you have any formal affiliation or employment with the establishment?
No, I do not.
Okay. So you mentioned that you worked a few doors down for quite some time. What is your experience?
Correct.
What's your experience in the hospitality business?
Long time. Head of security, front of house, ABCA certified manager. Been working in restaurants since I was 9 years old. My parents owned restaurants, and I've been doing it a very long time.
How about in Adams Morgan specifically? How much time have you been there?
I started in 2005.
And have you ever worked in licensed establishments with a security plan?
Yes, yeah, that entire time.
Okay. And do you recall the evening of May 20th into the early morning of May 21st of 2023?
I do.
Okay. And did you see any unusual occurrences on 18th Street at that time?
Nothing beyond the average 18th Street goings on.
Okay. And can you describe what you saw at approximately 2:45 a.m.?
Yeah, I was down the street hanging out in front of the diner and heard a bunch of noise. Someone started screaming, and that always gathers attention. So, being nosy, I walked up the street to see what was going on, and there was a gentleman yelling and screaming at who I assumed was the door person that evening at Madam's. And just your average drunk, yelly, then the door person or whoever, like I said, I'm assuming it was the door person I didn't know at the time, was standing there just saying, no, you cannot come back in. You cannot come back in. And that's it. I walked up to just see what the confrontation was about.
Okay. And was the person saying that the individual who was saying you cannot come back in, was that person yelling?
No, more agitated than anything else. I think he's just tired of repeating himself. Once you make a decision, you can't go back on that. So if I've already told you no, it ruins my credibility to change my mind and now let you in. The answer is already no. And it's more exasperation that, I'm just tired of repeating myself.
Was he using any profanity?
No.
Okay. And where was the door person standing in relation to the establishment?
At the front, below the step, just trying to keep, you can't come back on the property. It's late. You've been told to go. You're not allowed back on the property. You cannot compete, just blocking the way. Say you cannot come back.
Okay, so the door person was standing between the individual and the establishment, blocking his path. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, how far apart were they?
A couple feet. The gentleman was, the more he kept yelling about wanting to get back in, the closer he got.
And
but they weren't, they were within arm's reach, but they weren't bumping or anything like that.
Okay. And what happened after the individual on the street was yelling at the door person?
The door person, like I said, was just exasperated, tired of repeating himself, just go home, go home. And it looked like the guy tried to get past him, the gentleman on the street, and they fell. And that's it. It looked like somebody had already, all I know is somebody came out and grabbed the door guy off the sidewalk and pulled him back onto the property. And the other guy got up, yelled, and was screaming, and then walked away. And I walked back down the street. It wasn't a major situation. That nothing to stay for. You know what I mean? Not saying that I was hoping. There was nothing worth.
I just want to ask.
The guy walked away, and the other guy went in. Someone pulled him inside, and that was it.
So I want to ask a little bit more detail on the physical contact. So I think your testimony is it looked like the person on the street tried to get past the doorman and they fell. What direction did they fall in?
Back to the street, towards the side, onto the sidewalk, not onto the property.
Okay.
Because I
And
think
and did you see how the person and the doorman landed on the ground?
they both fell sideways.
Mhm.
I think the guy tried to push past him, and when he pushed him, the other guy, the door person, grabbed him so he didn't fall, and then they both fell sideways.
Mhm. And how long were the two on the ground?
Not long, a matter of seconds, because somebody was there to pick the person, the security person had been blocking the pathway. Someone picked him up and pulled him back onto the property and got him inside.
Right. And while the two were engaged, did you see the door person throw any punches?
No.
Okay. Did you see him take any other physical actions towards the person who was trying to get in?
No.
Were there any other people around on the street?
Yeah, there's always bystanders around.
Mhm. Was it crowded or was it empty? How would you describe the scene on the street?
It was late in the evening, so it was just 15, 20 people scattered about. It was nothing crazy.
Mhm. And you said this person got up and walked away. Did you see anyone follow him as he walked away?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Now, the person who was trying to get back in, were you able to see any injuries on him when he got up and walked away?
No, I just remember he got up yelling and walked on off of the street towards the McDonald's. He was all sad and he couldn't get in and looked like an idiot.
Mhm.
Sorry. My bad. I apologize for that.
How far away were you standing for this incident?
I got up to within 6 to 10 feet. I was in front of the madam's property.
Okay.
So whatever the bar area outside is, I don't know, 10 feet or so, 8 feet.
How long did the incident last from beginning to end?
I probably was up there 30, 40 seconds. It was less than a minute. It wasn't long at all.
Okay. And in your personal experience, let me ask you this. How would you describe this particular interaction?
Commonplace. Yeah, Adams Morgan it's unpredictable. It was really a non-issue as far as I saw it.
In your personal experience, would you describe what you witnessed as an emergency?
No, not at all.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Mr. Southcott.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, where were you working on the night of the incident?
I was just down. I was not working. I was just down at the diner that evening.
And you said that this incident started when you heard some commotion. Could you hear could you make out what that initial yelling was?
About wanting to get back inside.
So the only thing that you heard from the patron or prospective patron was him wanting to get back inside.
Correct.
And was that prospective patron with anybody else?
There was a few, like I said, scattered people on the block, but I believe he was by himself. There was no one standing directly next to him when he was trying to get in, when I turned to look and see what the commotion was about.
Okay, so there wasn't like a woman who was also with him?
Not that I remember. No, there were, like I said, there were people around, but I don't remember seeing someone standing like next to this person.
Okay, so there certainly wasn't a woman who was pointing her finger in the face of the door person.
It's quite possible, but not that I remember, no.
So, well, if there wasn't anybody there, then how could there be another woman who was pointing a finger, her finger in the face of the door person?
You're saying that there was.
Well, I'm asking you whether there was. Was there a woman who pointed her finger in the face of the door person?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So you described the physical altercation as taking place just because you said that it seemed like the patron was trying to get back into the establishment and made a move to do so, and then came into contact with the door person, and they then fell, but got up pretty shortly thereafter. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Was there, would you say that the patron grabbed the door person in a clinch and tried to move his hands? Did you see that?
I was not, I just saw I was watching the gentleman yell, and then next thing I know, he's trying to move past.
Okay.
Like a shove and push out of the way and try to get into the door.
Okay. Did you see the patron wrap his arms around the legs of the door person once they were on the ground?
Not that I remember. He might have grabbed Adam when the door person got pulled up.
Okay. Was there a bystander who had to pry the patron's hands from around the door person's legs?
That I could not answer.
Okay. So you said that you were just outside on the street, correct?
Correct.
So you weren't in Madams, Oregon prior to your first hearing about this. You weren't inside the bar, were you?
That evening, no, I was not.
So you couldn't say whether the confrontation originated inside the bar or whether it only took place outside the bar.
I have no knowledge of anything until I heard the yelling outside on the street. I don't know what happened otherwise.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Miller,
yes.
Would you, I'm sorry, what alerted you to what alerted you to this event?
Just the loud yelling on the street. Whenever anything's loud, it gathers your attention. I've been on the street a long time, and so if I hear someone being loud, I turn to look and see what it is.
So how far away were you when you heard this loud yelling?
There is 40, 50 feet away, maybe.
You heard this loud yelling 40, 50 feet away. And so
maybe there's a coffee shop and a small pizza place between Madams and where I used to work, and the diner where I was standing that evening.
And so because of this loud yelling, you went to investigate, is that correct?
Correct. I was just being nosy.
Do you typically hear loud noise in this area and you typically go and investigate?
If it's close by, if it's close by and I'm not working, yeah, I'll go see what's going on. If I'm working, I'm always keeping an ear out to make sure that where I'm at is safe and the people, you know, the customers that are going to come into my establishment are safe. You just keep an open eye and an open ear in the neighborhood.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, hold on, sir.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Southcott, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions I asked?
No redirect.
Mr. Bianco?
No, I don't.
Mr. Miller, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Short, I'd asked first, and no one. That's why I'd asked a question, sir. I apologize, Are you still there, Mr. Miller?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question you want to ask him, Mr. Short?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are you today, Mr. Miller?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. Yourself?
Okay. Now, you said in your testimony that you have been associated with security in clubs or restaurants in the area for a while.
That is correct.
Can you explain where you were trained to be a security person, or have you had any formal training?
I lived in Seattle for a few years and I was licensed there for security. I had to do for the state there. We had a security plan when I started working at the diner in 2005. We always had lines outside and we had two-door people and there was rules to conduct, service by.
What years was that you were in Seattle that you were trained?
20. I worked in Adams Morgan from 2005 to 2011. I was in Seattle from 2011 to 2015, and I moved back and started working in Adams Morgan again in 2015.
So before you went to Seattle, were you licensed here in the District of Columbia as a security person?
I was not licensed as a security person. No. It was part of my job. Also, I was trained by the people who worked there at that time.
Okay, so in Seattle, they required you to have the training. Is that why you had to be licensed?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Hold on, Mr. Miller. Mr. Southcott, I apologize again. Do you have any? Do you have any questions of this witness?
No further questions.
Mr. Bianco, any questions of this witness?
No further questions.
Mr. Miller, thank you very much for your testimony today. You're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bianco, do you have another witness?
I do. We call Sarah Reynolds.
Do we have Miss Reynolds? Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sarah Reynolds, SARAREYNOLDS.
And Ms. Reynolds, what is your affiliation with the licensee trading as Madam's Organ?
I'm the general manager.
Okay. And how long have you been the general manager of the establishment?
It will be a year in 3 days.
Okay. And before working at Madam's, what was your experience?
I have been in the industry in DC for about 20 years. Directly prior to working at Madam's, I was the general manager at Grand Central, about 5 doors down, for about 3 years.
Okay.
And then before that, I've worked at various places in management and bartending.
All right. And as the general manager, what are your job duties?
I do everything from the ordering, inventory, the cash handling, the hiring, interviewing, onboarding, scheduling. So kind of all the things.
Okay. And is there, you mentioned onboarding.
Mhm.
Is there any training that employees get when they are onboarded?
Absolutely. It depends on what position you're being hired for. Bartenders do 3 days of training. Security personnel does 2 days of training, just at different, if it's a bartender, they do training at different bars or different floors just to kind of get the lay of the land. Same with security. They just obviously train on something different.
Okay. And is your security in-house or do you hire outside companies?
In-house.
Okay. And do you have a security plan?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Is it in any way incorporated into the training that employees
So-
receive?
Absolutely.
And can you describe how?
So, our main thing with training, we've got a few different points. The ID recognition, just being vigilant, we train them on where all the emergency equipment is, whether it's fire extinguishers or first aid kits, or we teach them, when to call the police in case of an emergency. We teach them about like the occupancy levels, exit procedures in case of a fire or whatever the case may be. We train them at the front door on line management and how to stop someone that probably shouldn't come in before they come in and become an issue once they enter the building. And we just train them on how to kind of handle every situation directly related to the person because of the unpredictability of how people are under the influence of alcohol.
Okay. And I am going to share my screen with you.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Bianco to share? I guess it's so. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Do you recognize the document on the screen right now?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
our security plan.
Okay. I want to quickly direct your attention to paragraph A of that security plan. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Okay. And under that, there are 3 bullet points. Security are changed to recognize and de-escalate conflict. Police and or EMS are called for any emergency situation. And then front door staff maintains constant control to maintain capacity and uses a manual counter. Are those 3 components part of your security training?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, if you could just bear with me for a second. So the second of those numbered paragraphs under letter A says police and or EMS are called for any emergency situation. What do you define as an emergency situation?
I would say a situation in which there is bodily harm, like if somebody had a seizure, or if there was a situation where they need EMS, obviously, or a situation that people were in immediate physical danger, or
Okay.
Having
And
some, whatever the case would be, as far as where there's bodily harm inflicted.
okay. And you were here for Mr. Miller's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And based on what you heard from Mr. Miller, would you consider the situation he described as an emergency?
Not at all.
And why not?
Because especially in this neighborhood, just where there are a lot of bars together, you run into that a lot. People will leave at the end of the night and then realize they left their cell phone and they try to come back in. And again, it just goes to the unpredictability of how people are under the influence of alcohol. And they make poor judgment calls a lot of times. And a lot of times it will include trying to push past security. So at the end of the night, you know, we need to make sure that our perimeter is kind of covered and locked down and nobody can come in when we're counting money and all that stuff. So we see it all the time. It's not something, as long as there's no bodily harm, it's not on our property, it's not something I would consider an emergency at all.
Okay. And I want to skip down to paragraph E of the security plan, where it says managers are required to make incident reports for any issues that arrive. I think there's a typo, but it says arrive inside the bar. If any matter is referred to MPD or ABRA, we refer to the incident report. So what do you understand that provision to require?
Anything that happens inside this bar, I have an incident report for. The staff member, whoever is involved, whatever security is involved, we require them at the end of the night, while it's still fresh in their mind, to write an incident report. And then I kind of put everything together and make a little, you know, if there's, I guess, a little file. But it's anything that is inside our property.
And why do you draw the line at inside your property versus outside your property?
This neighborhood gets a little wild. And if I had to write an incident report for everything that happens on 18th Street, that would be the only thing I'd be able to do during my day. So
Okay.
whether it's, you know, drug addicts or drunk people or whatever the case may be, there's a lot of stuff that goes on the street.
Okay. Now, were you working on the evening of May 20th into the morning of May the 21st?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you learn of this particular interaction with this person?
I did not know that this had happened until I got something from a detective.
And what did you get from a detective?
It was just asking about the incident.
Okay.
We had gotten emails prior that honestly I thought I didn't take it seriously because the emails were so outlandish. I thought somebody was messing with us. I didn't really know that anything had happened until I got something from the detective.
Okay, so well, let's take that in two steps. So you mentioned emails. Who were they from?
They were from, hold on, if you don't mind, I'll look at his name. It was from Andrew Muir or something, Muir. I don't know how to say his last name.
Okay, and do you know who that person is?
No idea.
Okay. Do you know if it's somebody with any DC government agency?
No.
Okay. And what did that email consist of?
It just, I mean, there were a few that were saying like, have that one call me. it's against your best judgment or something to ignore me. I'm coming after, like basically saying he's coming after us for his friend that was assaulted or something like that, that it was just ridiculous things that no one, I don't think, in their right mind would take seriously. It was just very strange.
Okay. And when in proximity to that interaction at issue here did you start getting those emails?
Couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. And so on the evening in question into the following morning, did the police respond to the scene?
I am not sure. I don't know.
Okay. Did you speak with the police that evening into the next morning?
No.
Okay. And when was the first time you were contacted by the police?
The end of I'm not sure. It was the middle of June, end of June.
Okay. So 3 weeks to a month later?
Yeah. It was about a month later.
And what did you do in response to learning that this confrontation occurred on May 20th and 21st?
I immediately went to my entire security staff. I said, I asked them what happened and had them write incident reports immediately for what they had seen or what had happened, I guess.
Okay. And those incident reports are what is uh, attached to the investigator's report. Is that correct? Okay,
Mhm.
great. And if you could just bear with me for 1 second, I want to see if I have anything else for you. I think we covered everything. Okay, so actually there is another question that I want to pursue here. So did you learn at some point when this confrontation occurred? In terms of what time of day was it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. Did you learn in the course of your investigation what time of day this incident occurred?
Yes. They told me after closing,
Okay.
after they had gotten everyone else.
And can you describe for me what your closing procedures are?
Yeah, we do last call and stop serving at 2:30. 2:40, lights go up. Everyone's out of the building by 2:45.
Okay. And um, in the course of your investigation, did you learn whether this person was being removed from the premises because of some incident or if this was being done in the ordinary course of closing?
No, not at all. He was part of what we would have done every night. He would have been asked to, head towards the front door. It's closing, the night's over. It's done.
Okay. And in the course of your experience, have you ever dealt with patrons having interactions with staff who are being rude?
I'm sure it happens.
Mhm.
I can't speak on a specific incident that I can think of.
Okay. And would you consider such interactions to be incidents that you would log in your incident log?
No.
I don't have anything further of this witness at this time.
Oscar.
Thank you. Ms. Reynolds, you testified that you've been an ABC manager for Adams Organ for, or rather you've been the general manager for about a year. How long have you been, is that the same amount of time that you've been an ABC manager for Adams Organ?
For Madams, yes, correct.
And have you been an ABC manager prior to that?
Yes.
For how long have you been an ABC manager?
I would say 12 years, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know a specific number. I apologize.
Yeah. And how many ABC managers does Adams Organ have?
Approximately 10.
Okay. Could you describe for me the layout of the bar and the establishment?
It's 4 levels. We have a bar right when you walk in, and then there's a small raised mezzanine area. Then there's a second floor, and then the top floor is split between a lounge area and a different bar on the other side.
And could you describe sort of what it looks like on the outside, like what Madam's Organ looks like from the street?
Just a regular bar. I guess I don't know what you're looking for as far as just like the aesthetic.
I guess that too. So, like, could you describe what it looks like on a typical weekend night? Are there people, are there ever crowds that are gathered outside of it? Is there somebody, checking IDs at the door, that kind of thing?
Got it. Okay. Yeah, there's somebody. We usually have 2 people at the door, sometimes 1, just depending on how busy it is. We have a line that goes down the side of our building. There's always a ton of people hanging out outside on 18th Street, whether it's directly out front of our bar. There's a couple of tents next door that a lot of people hang out at. So there's always a lot of people around.
Okay. And you testified that security personnel are trained at in terms of on front door and line management, and they're also trained on how to stop individuals from coming in. Is that right?
Yeah, just seeing if someone is already intoxicated when they get to the front of the line, or if they're exhibiting aggressive behavior or something that just could potentially be a problem once they get in the bar.
And so that those individuals are being evaluated for whether they can come into the bar by the door personnel, correct?
Yeah.
And those people are standing outside?
The people in line, yes.
But the door personnel too are standing outside, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So if they're doing these evaluations outside of the bar, why are they required to be trained on, line management and trained on stopping inebriated people from coming inside?
Because once they come inside, they become our issue.
But they're not your issue when they're outside?
Correct.
So, but you testified that they're trained on line management. So what is involved in the training on line management? What does that mean?
It's just so people aren't blocking the sidewalk or the entrance in case there's an emergency and we need to get someone out quickly, because people tend to congregate next to each other and don't normally want to stand in line. So
line management, though, that's taking place totally outside the bar. That has nothing to do with whether somebody's going to bring an issue inside. That's just to do with making sure that things outside are running smoothly, right?
I mean, for us, Yeah, I mean, as far as getting people to stand in line management would be, hey, can you stand in line and not block the front door?
Sure. I appreciate that. Are you familiar with Walter Johnson and Aaron Payton?
Yes.
Who are they?
They were two security guards or two security personnel that used to work here.
And how many security personnel does Madams Oregon employ?
I have 10, I'd say about 10 right now on my roster.
And how many of those are working on any given night?
8 to 9.
Okay.
8.
And are either Walter Johnson or Aaron Payton ABC managers?
No.
Okay. So you talked about the training that security staff get in terms of reporting incidents to management. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And so if a altercation were to occur, then those individuals would be obligated to report that incident to you as the ABC manager, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Will you repeat that question? I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'll make it easy for you. If something that was very obviously an emergency situation, a stabbing, say, if that were to occur, then security personnel would report that incident to you for you to generate an incident report, correct?
Yes, if it were something that serious, yes.
Yeah. But if it were not an emergency situation, then they wouldn't be obligated to report that incident to you, correct?
Not if it were something that was just a regular, just something that we deal with on a regular basis that wouldn't rise to the level of an emergency. No, they wouldn't be required to report that.
And they didn't report anything to you on the night of May 20th into the 21st, correct? So your testimony was that the first thing that you heard about any interaction whatsoever was when MPD reached out to you when they were conducting, or sorry, not MPD, but when you received these emails referencing this incident, and then later MPD contacted you. Is that correct?
Yes, I learned of it once I started getting the emails from the guy. I just wasn't sure what was going on. And then I got the email from the detective.
Okay, so the statements of Walter Johnson and Aaron Payton, those statements were only created after MPD's involvement, is that right?
After
MPD reached out to you, letting you know about the incident that they were investigating.
We had them before that. It was actually, I'm not entirely sure.
Was the email that Aaron Payton sent to you, was that email sent to you on June 10th, 2023?
Yes.
And June 10th, 2023 is several weeks after the night in question, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked about the training that security personnel receive under the security plan, and you testified that they're trained to contact police and EMS in emergency services or in emergency situations. Has there been, is that correct?
Yes.
Has there been incidents where security personnel has contacted police or EMS following an emergency situation?
In my time here, there was one, a woman had fallen down the stairs. She just missed the first step. She was an elderly woman that was here eating dinner. She fell down the steps and got a nasty gash on her head. So yeah, I called emergency services then. But other than that, thankfully, We haven't had any situations that we needed to.
Okay, and you called them because under the security plan, you're required to call police or EMS in the event of emergency situations, correct?
I'm gonna object to the characterization of the question. That's not what the security plan actually says. So I would ask that if he's going to read from the security plan, it be read completely inaccurately.
I am asking this witness not about the security plan, but about what she believes her obligations are during an emergency situation.
Under the security plan.
Right. Just clarify your question, Mr. Safka. I mean, if we're talking about a security plan, are you speaking generally about an emergency situation?
Are employees required to contact police or EMS under the obligations of the security plan during an emergency situation?
During an emergency situation, yes.
Okay, thank you. But nobody from the establishment contacted police or EMS on the night of May 20th into the 21st, correct?
No.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you also talked about incident reports and those being generated. Approximately how many incident reports have been generated in your time as the general manager?
Maybe, I mean, if it's, so for this incident, there were, what, 2 different incident reports, 3, I forget how many. So if we're talking each individual report, I don't know, maybe 10 for like a couple things, like if somebody, you know, accidentally gets back the wrong credit card or something like that, you know, that just so I have like the names, or, you know, if somebody gets kicked out, if they're starting a problem or whatever, we do an incident report. It's very few. I would say maybe less than 10.
Okay, but there have been, we'll say, I don't know, 8 or 10 incident reports that have been generated in the past year.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. And you said that those incident reports would be generated for something as little as an individual receiving the wrong credit card, correct?
I do it for my own, just for my own record.
Would you generate an incident report if a violent altercation took place between 2 patrons?
If it were inside, yeah.
Okay, and have there ever been any incident reports generated for altercations that took place between employees working the door and people trying to get inside the bar?
No, I don't. We, to my knowledge, to my recollection, I haven't had a situation that has escalated. Usually when we tell somebody you can't come back in, they get it.
Okay. So you testified that based on the description that Mr. Miller gave as the eyewitness testimony to the supposed, you know, his testimony about the evening in question. You testified that based on that testimony, his depiction of events did not rise to the level of an emergency situation. Is that correct?
Not at all.
Okay. But his testimony was different from the testimony that was provided by your employees, wasn't it?
It sounded a little different.
Okay. So his testimony didn't mention that a bystander had to be pulled off of Aaron Payton, did it?
Not that I heard.
Okay, but Aaron Payton's testimony said that a bystander had to come in to pry his hands from around my leg so that he could stand up. That's quoting from his account.
Object to the characterization of what's being read as testimony.
Well, I would tell the members of the board that these are statements that were provided to ABCA in the course of their investigation, and that these individuals who are providing these statements have a duty to provide truthful statements in the course of an investigation. And so reciting quotes from their statement seems to be appropriate in terms of evaluating whether those statements are truthful. These are the statements that the establishment provided with relation to how the events in question took place.
So testimony would be something that is sworn under oath. This is not that. These are emails. It's very much not testimony.
Well, they're not just emails. They are statements that are provided in the course of an ABCA investigation, and that members of, or rather the establishment, can face charges for violating DC Code 25-823A5C by providing false or misleading statements. So these statements are absolutely something that the board should be considering and can be determined in some respect to be truthful. Otherwise, either the statement is truthful or the establishment has provided a false or misleading statement in the course of an investigation.
All right. All right. These are statements that are provided by the establishment staff?
Yep.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Let the witness answer the question if the witness can.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so Aaron Payton describes the incident and says that a bystander whose name I didn't know had to pry his hands from around my legs so I could stand up. That was in the statement that he's emailed to you, correct?
Yes.
But the eyewitness, Mr. Miller, didn't testify about a bystander prying his hands from around the legs of Mr. Payton, correct?
Or not that I heard.
Okay. And Mr. Miller also didn't testify that there was any woman who was with the patron in question who was yelling at the door person, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, but both the statements of Aaron Payton and Walter Johnson describe a woman pointing her finger in the face of a door person, don't they?
I don't know what part of it the witness saw. I don't know. I can't testify to something I wasn't there for. I understand you're saying the statements are different. I agree with that. But I don't know if maybe he saw a portion of what happened. I'm not sure.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. So you talked in your testimony about what constitutes an emergency situation. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And you testified that an emergency situation is a situation in which there is bodily harm. You remember that?
Yeah.
If somebody was bleeding, would that constitute bodily harm?
It depends on the context of it. We go our, I guess, definition of what constitutes an emergency. We go by MPD's best practices for nightlife establishments. And that's kind of what we use by definition for what would constitute an emergency and alerting MPD or EMS.
Well, you testified that an emergency was bodily harm. Are you saying that if somebody's bleeding, they haven't sustained bodily harm?
It depends on the context. I mean, if I put my hand on a bottle cap behind the bar, I'm not going to call an ambulance. So it all depends on the context for somebody bleeding.
So how much bleeding rises to the level of bodily harm?
Well, when it's inside our establishment, it would be if you know, somebody, if the wound was inflicted upon them, or if, you know, like with the woman falling down the stairs, that would be a situation. Anytime a staff member gets hurt or a guest gets hurt, if they, you know, cut their foot on glass, or this hasn't happened here, I'm just saying if it did, you know, I would obviously offer medical attention and adjust accordingly.
So your testimony is that if somebody gets hurt, then that constitutes an emergency situation.
Object to the characterization.
Ms. Reynolds just testified that if somebody, you know, gets hurt inside their bar, that they would that constitutes an emergency situation. I'm trying to clarify.
No, not at all.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection.
So if somebody gets hurt, does that constitute an emergency situation?
No, not always.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Reynolds.
Hi.
Okay. In your training or the staff's training, especially training for the security, who is trained to evaluate if someone falls to the ground and hits their head, whether or not they need to call EMS?
If someone falls and hits their head, anyone here is trained to call in a situation that somebody would fall down and hit their head.
On the night in question or the evening in question, 21st or 20th, and then the reports that were generated a week or so later, did someone actually fall to the ground that beside your security person?
So I can't say. I can't say because I wasn't actually there.
What did the report say?
The report said that they fell to the ground. I don't recall it saying anything about somebody hitting their head, but again, it wasn't something that would, to me, rise to the level. Like, to me, it was just somebody that, you know, fell down.
Okay. How many years have you been with Madam's Organ?
It'll be 1 year and 3 days.
In the year and 3 days that you've been there, have there been any incidents reported that had to be reported to ABCA? Any incidents in that year?
No, actually, I feel like we've been lucky. But yeah, there haven't been any incidents we've had to report.
Have there been anything negative that's happened to Madam's Organ since this incident was reported on the 5th or the 20th of May?
Negative in what capacity?
We're here today because
negative. My liquor order didn't come in last week.
Okay, I understand. Well, anything dealing with the MPD requests and that the reports were written by yourself or your staff?
I would have to go back and look. I'm sorry, I don't recall exactly what the last incident report was. It's been a while.
So you knew you were coming here today and you were going to testify today, correct?
Yes.
And I'm asking you a question about the report that you wrote, also the reports that your staff wrote.
The last incident report, there was one, I don't remember exactly how long ago it was, but there was. I apologize. I'm trying to think back to what the situation actually was. I don't recall. It's been months since we've had to actually write an incident report.
So you have, since you've been there, had to write an incident report prior to
Yes. Yes.
this one. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Ms. Reynolds, thank you for being with us this afternoon. My questions are related to the training and the execution of service with respect to line management outside the establishment. Given the fact that the block that you all are on is a very busy block, are there ever scenarios where you're not clear whether or not people in proximity to your entrance way are or are not coming into Madam's Organ?
So there's sometimes that people will try to cut the line, obviously, and they'll try and come in from the other direction. But we always have our security position to where they can see, all angles. So sometimes that's the only time I can think of that would be the situation.
Okay. Are there ever any scenarios where your team that is trained to do line management has to interact with people that they clearly know are not coming into Madam's Organ?
They're just trying to de-escalate the situation. So, once they hit the front of the line, they might say, hey, I'm sorry, you've had too much to drink. We can't let you in. We don't pick people out of line and say, no, you can't come in. We'll just keep it as just chill as possible, I guess. So by the time they hit the front of the line, they'll just say, hey, I'm sorry, we can't let you in. You've already had a little too much tonight or whatever.
My final question, are there ever any scenarios where your team who's been trained with line management, if they give instructions to people that may be walking by to clear the area or any other instructions that might provide a level of visibility and clarity for the establishment? These are non-prospective patrons I'm talking about specifically.
You're saying people in line, do we ever have to tell them to get out of the entryway?
If they're people that you can clearly identify that they don't have an intent on coming into your establishment, but they may be near your establishment, are you ever engaging with people that have no intention on coming into Madam's Organ?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Reynolds, I'm trying to get the timeline correct.
Sure.
When were you first employed at Madam's Organ?
April 28th of 2023.
Okay, April. Okay, and this event occurred May 21st. So this event occurred approximately 1 month after you start working at Madam's Organ. Is that correct?
Correct.
On the security plan, it says that hold on. It says that security is permanently at the door and circulates throughout the building. Why is security permanently at the door?
Yeah, everyone that comes in is they have to check their ID.
Has any, in the less than the year that you've been there, has there ever been any incidents at the door?
Not that I can think of.
What do you call, what would you consider incidents just at the door? What would you consider incidents?
At the door, I would say like a fist fight or if somebody's throwing up or something that rose to the level of needing to call emergency services.
But let me ask you a question. Was your security at the door anyway involved? Well, all right, let me ask you a question. Did there come a time in March that your security was on the ground with a customer or with an individual? Let me ask you, did that occur?
I don't actually know. I wasn't there for it, so I don't feel comfortable saying if it did or didn't happen. I just know what I've been told. But I can't say.
All right. So what happened on May May 21st? May 20th, 21st. What happened from your perspective? What happened?
So at the end of the night, once the building is completely, once the building is clear or almost clear, I will go into the office and start doing payouts or counting money or just end of the night closing duties. My security knows to get everyone out of the building, and then we lock up.
So this incident or whatever it is with the security guard in this, did this happen?
I'm not sure. It's from their statements. I mean, obviously they're saying something, you know, they're telling what happened, but I can't testify to something I wasn't there for.
But you're the general manager. So and I guess as
I can't be everywhere at once.
I'm sorry, you said what?
I said I can't be everywhere at once.
I know, but I'm just saying this incident occurred over a year ago. I
Yeah.
mean, you know that we're having a hearing.
Right.
And so in your investigation, I'm just trying to find out from your view, did something happen? I mean, or is you're saying it didn't happen?
So no, I'm not saying it didn't happen at all. I'm just saying I can't say which version is 100% right of, you know, I trust that if they're saying it was not an incident that rose to the level of
That's
being an emergency.
that's not what I'm asking you, ma'am. I'm asking you, the decision about whether or not something rises to the level of writing an incident report, that's separate. I'm just asking you what happened. Did something happen, and what happened?
I guess I know what happened from the same incident reports that you guys saw. So I don't know how I can testify to something that I was not there for.
All right, you weren't there, but you were here for Mr. Miller testified. You heard Mr. Miller's testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Miller stated that he was down the street somewhere and he heard some commotion and he came to investigate.
Right.
And so, as far as Mr. Miller testified, something happened in front of your establishment. And I'm just trying to find out from you, do you know, in all this period of time, do you know what happened? And so you're saying you don't know what happened.
Well, I'm saying I do know what happened from the statements and my staff that I've spoken to, that it was just a drunk guy that was trying to get back on the property, and he ended up walking up the street. So from everyone I've talked to, I can say, yes, that's what happened. Just a drunk guy trying to get back in. But I can't say exactly what it was because I wasn't there.
But there was some interaction between a drunk guest, and one of your security personnel. Is that correct?
It sounds like it. Yeah.
And you don't know whether or not this individual was injured or whether or not he was on the ground or anything like that. You don't know if this happened.
No, they said he was walking away cursing at him. He just walked down the street.
And as far as Madam's organ is concerned, the allegations that this guy said that at least the report that Miss Giovanna Clark, that report, that didn't happen.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Have you seen the report, the statement from Giovanna
Yes.
Clark?
hmm
And so you're saying that this didn't happen this didn't happen?
I have no idea. From my perspective, no, I don't think that happened, but that's again just my opinion. I don't know where this report even came from. I don't know. I have no idea who this girl is. At no point did anyone ask to speak to a manager. I have no idea.
Who's Walter Johnson?
One of the security personnel.
But Mr. Johnson, in his report, he reported that there was some type of incident occurred between him and Mr. Clark.
Correct.
And Mr. Clark reported that the drunk dude tried to tie Abram legs up with his arms. Aaron lost his footing and fell in the process and pulling dude arms off him. I guess he felt embarrassed or hurt cause once he got to his feet, he felt like he assaulted him, but he started the whole thing. Now, that's a statement from Mr. Johnson, an employee or someone who has some employment capacity with Madam's organ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And since Mr. Johnson, I don't know when Mr. Johnson reported this incident, but you didn't think that was sufficient for Madam's organ at some point isn't that something that should have like an incident report, as reported by Mr. Johnson about his tussle with a drunk dude?
But it wasn't something that was inside the bar, and it wasn't something where someone got hurt, or it wasn't, to me, it wasn't even on our property. It wasn't somebody inside the bar.
All right. Wasn't that it happened inside the bar? But are you saying that if one of your, I say employee, I'm going to say Mr. Johnson is an employee, let's agree that Mr. Johnson is an employee.
Okay.
And if one of your employees gets into some type of confrontation with one of your customers inside the bar, at the front door, you don't believe that is something that, to protect your establishment, that at least should be reported?
To get in a confrontation outside the bar while you're trying to clear the building because we're closing, no, I don't think that that rises to the level. If the man were hurt or something, but when he takes off walking down the street cursing, to me, that doesn't sound like an incident. To me, that sounds like the guy is upset that he couldn't get back in and he gave up and was still mad. So to me, that doesn't rise to the level of being an incident that needs reported. That to me would be wasting MPD's resources.
Some didn't like dude rush him and grab Aaron in a football clutch, hold him by the shirt apron, tried to move his hands where the drunk dude tried to tie Aaron legs up with his arms. Aaron lost his footing and fell in the process in pulling dude arms off him. So this is the statement that Mr. Johnson made. And so this is not something that should have been, that Mr. Johnson should have, that at least to protect the establishment, that since someone fell.
It wasn't on our property. And if somebody falls down, I mean, people fall down all the time. You don't call an ambulance every time.
All right, ma'am. All right, I don't have any other questions. Mr. Southcott, any questions based on the questions the board asked?
No further questions.
Mr. Bianco?
Yes, I just have one or two. Ms. Reynolds, Mr. Southcott asked you about differences between Mr. Miller's testimony and the statements by your employees. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Having reviewed the statements and recognizing the differences, do anything in reference in the statement change your mind that this is not an emergency situation?
No.
Okay. Strike that. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds, for your testimony today. Mr. Bianco, do you have any other witnesses?
Just one, Mr. Duggan.
All right, I'm going to let's take a 10-minute break, and then and he's your final witness, right?
Correct.
All right, so just
Chairman Anderson,
yes, sir.
Before we break, could I just get a proffer as to what relevant testimony this witness would be providing? Because where the government stands, we're not entirely sure that there'd be relevant testimony that could be provided by the owner of the establishment.
As required, there's a proffer on our PIF statement, and what is at issue here, or part of what we're putting in issue here, is the training received by the individuals and how emergency is defined and what warrants an incident report for activities that occur inside of the bar. We've heard from the general manager, but the owner actually wrote the policy, and the owner is going to testify about what the policy he wrote actually means.
So the district objects on a couple of grounds. First, because that evidence would be duplicative. We've already heard testimony from Ms. Reynolds about what the establishment's procedures are with respect to when it needs to generate incident reports and what constitutes an emergency. And second, the testimony of the owner with respect to what the security plan means would be also not only duplicative, but would also be violating of the parole evidence rule. The document speaks for itself. Having someone else come in, testify to what he intended for the document to mean is not going to be relevant and isn't accepted. Generally speaking, in the court of law, the four corners of the document stand for themselves, not what someone who wrote them thought it meant. The document means what it means.
If I could address that point very quickly, I think that underscores our position in the case. We've argued and will continue to argue in closing that the plain language of the document and the supporting statute is what governs here. It is the government that has tried to claim and expand upon what the four corners or what the plain language, black and white of that document actually says. So since they have put on evidence in addition to the plain language of the document, we can put on evidence to rebut that, which is one of several things that Mr. Duggan is going to do.
Well, Mr. Duggan is, as stated, he is a person who drafts the document. He is the owner of the establishment, and I think that I believe he has relevant testimony he can provide to the board. So I'm going to overrule the objection. All right, it's 12:43. We'll come back at 12:55 to wrap this case up. So we're off the record until 12:55.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
We're back in the record. All right. Mr. Bianco, do you have another witness? I'm sorry, hold on. Mr. Short is not back as yet. Hold on. Do you have another witness, sir?
I do. Well, we call Bill Duggan.
Mr. Duggan, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? You're a witness, sir.
Okay, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
William Duggan, Duggan.
And what's your relationship to the establishment trading as Madam's Organ?
I'm the president of the corporation, 100% owner.
Okay. How long have you been in that capacity?
Since 1992.
Okay. And how involved are you in the day-to-day operations of the business?
Involved. I mean, I'm here mostly on a daily basis, both in the day at some point and during the nighttime.
Okay. And were you present at the establishment on the evening in question, May 20th, into the morning of May 21st, 2023? I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit there. Could you?
I was not present that evening.
And did you learn of the interaction that has been the subject of this hearing today?
Yes, I did.
When?
It was in late May. We got emails from an individual who identified himself as an attorney. I don't know the name right. I think Reynolds spelled it out for you earlier. I think his name was Muir. We got emails that were just telling the owner to get rid of the thugs and fire everybody, threatening that, we got about 6 emails from this guy within about a 24-hour period. And then one was worse than the next. So, but he did identify himself as an attorney. So I did try to call back the number that he put as his office number. And right now, and the last time was yesterday, the number just rings. There's no identifying anything. It just goes to a message machine that doesn't, it just says you've reached 610, whatever the phone number is. So we reached out, and it was at that point that I asked Ms. Reynolds to talk to. I said, this guy's a nut, but let's find out if there's anything to it. And that's when she spoke with the security guards, that the guy at the door and the other one individual, Aaron, I don't remember his last name, I'm sorry. So she did that, I think sometime in early June, about 2 or 3 weeks before the NPD contacted us.
And that was my next question. Were you ever contacted by any agency of the government investigating?
An email came from an MPD detective, and I think that was on June 23rd or 26th, towards the end of June.
Okay. And you've been here for the testimony about the security plan, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the security plan?
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, my security plan was written by Susan Mitchell, who used to be the trainer for ABC. She was the trainer for the ABC back in those years, and she wrote our security plan with me many years ago.
And paragraph A that we've been focusing on of the security plan requires training in certain areas, specifically 3: recognizing and de-escalating conflict, calling police or EMS in emergency situations, and the front door maintaining constant control to maintain capacity. Are you familiar with those provisions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what do you give training in those 3 areas?
Yes. Why personally? I mean, I'm constantly, talking to the individuals working here. The general manager, Sarah Reynolds, does the actual training, as well as one of our other people who've been with me about 15 years. But we, especially at the door, we have them trained because obviously, from my standpoint, they're handling my money and they're handling my business. They're the ones who
are our first line of defense of getting people we want into the bar and getting people that we don't want not coming into the bar.
Okay. And when does the training take place relative to bringing on a new employee?
Well, it takes place immediately. When we go through the interview process, we walk them through what we expect of them. I go through because there's a lack of direction from ABRA on the regulations. We go by the MPD best practices that they sent out to us, and that goes through what they expect of us with regards to identifying the age of the patrons, looking for fake IDs, etc., as well as what to do in the case of an incident, what constitutes an incident, what constitutes an emergency. Again, if you listen to the ABRA investigator on this case, he, under questioning from you, he said that he had an opinion of what constitutes an emergency. He said anytime someone puts a hand on somebody else, that's an emergency. He also said that
that is this witness's testimony. Move to strike that answer. That is not the testimony that was provided by Mr. Ruiz, and it is also beyond the scope of the question. It is inappropriate for this witness to be testifying as to what another individual testified to.
Mr. Duggan, I mean, your attorney is asking you a question, sir. I need you to be responsive to the questions that was asked by your attorney, sir.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, my next question was really how do you define emergency for purposes of your training? And I think you partially answered that. So could you? Okay, and could you describe for the board what your security team or your security employees, how they're organized?
Organized again, we have people stationed throughout the establishment. Again, there's 4 levels, so we will usually have 1 if it's slow or 2 people at the door. We have another individual on the inside on the first level at the top of the stairs where the mezzanine joins the main floor where the stage is. We have 2 individuals on the second level and usually have 1 and possibly 2, depending on the capacity at a particular night, what's going on the third level.
And do you have who's the direct supervisor of the security employees?
Darian Gray.
Okay.
And Sarah Reynolds. Obviously Darian works a lot with the security guys. He's here on all the weekends, but obviously the main person is Sarah Reynolds, the general manager.
Okay. And how long has Mr. Gray been with you?
About 15 years or so.
Now, you were here for Mr. Miller's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And did anything that he described he saw rise to the level of an emergency as you define it?
Well, no, nothing rose to the level of how I define it, nor how it is defined in the police best practices for bars and nightclub establishments.
Okay. And you were here for your general manager's testimony in which she discussed the written reports from your employees. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review those written reports from your security employees?
Yes, they're in definite need of some help with the English grammar.
Notwithstanding any grammar issues in the reports, does anything that your employees reported rise to the level of an emergency as you define it?
Again, not as I define it, and not as the Metropolitan Police best practices for nightclubs and bars and night establishments, how they define an emergency.
I would move to strike the defendant's answer and prior answers with respect to how MPD defines this. Mr. Duggan is not a member.
Maybe I can read it to you.
Mr. Duggan, hold on. Mr. Duggan, this is between the two attorneys, sir.
So,
when the attorney makes an objection, sir, I need you to be quiet. Your attorney will respond, and then we'll move on from there, sir. Okay, so, Mr.
Can I add one thing? He never
No, sir, you cannot. No, there's an objection, and when there's an objection, you have to stop, and then I will let you know, sir, when you can respond.
Okay, so my response.
I'm not sure if Mr. Sofka was
yes,
done.
Mr. Chair, I would like to finish my objection. My objection is that Mr. Duggan is not a member of MPD. He's never testified that he's been a member of MPD. He cannot testify to MPD's best practices, as he is not an individual who has been trained on MPD's best practices by MPD. Further, MPD's determination as to what constitutes best practices is irrelevant to these proceedings because MPD is a separate agency apart from ABCA, which itself determines whether emergency situations are present and how best to interpret things related to its security plan. We previously had this argument out at the prior hearing when the establishment tried to introduce testimony about MPD's best practices, and this board determined that those were not relevant to these proceedings as MPD is a separate agency and entity, and their standards do not hold with respect to ABCA.
So our response to that, and we have several responses to that. One, that's simply not what happened. The board would not allow us to introduce information and evidence about whether or not there was an arrest and prosecution. That's what was before the board, and that was the ruling by the board, and I'm sure the transcript will bear that out. Number two, one of the things that is at issue here is whether or not the establishment was required to call the police in this particular circumstance. And we are, what Mr. Duggan is testifying about and what we are going to put forward in the form of an exhibit that we've disclosed prior to the hearing is for nightlife establishments, when MPD says that MPD should be called. And we would say not only is it relevant, but in the absence of any regulation, any standard, any investigative practice from the agency that defines when MPD should be called, it's dispositive. So not only is it relevant, we think it's extremely important. And the last thing I would say is it also goes to how this particular establishment defines what constitutes a situation in which MPD should be called.
But all right, all right. The witness is not an expert. The witness is testifying about what he believes. What he believes is he wrote the security plan, and so he can talk about what is it that he believes is the best practice. I'm not going to allow him to testify about what MPD or other folks, because MPD can say, someone shot someone, you don't need to. That's not an emergency, and so you're going to say because MPD says because someone is shot, you don't need to call us. So I'm not, since he's not an expert, and we have no. At least I don't have anything in the record to say what MPD's best practices or nightlife best practices. So I'm going to disallow that portion. And so, but he can talk about it from his experience in his writing of his security plan. What is it that the security plan says? But I'm not going to allow him to be opining on what other experts states is best practice for his establishment.
I understand, and the purpose of the testimony and the purpose of introducing the best practices, which was he went a little past the question, but it is to say what he relied on to come up with that definition, which is.
But that's not in the record. I don't know where he's.
We haven't got there yet. I understand.
Then Mr. Duggan can't testify about stuff that I don't know the basis of it.
Understand completely. So, Mr. Duggan, you started to talk about what the basis was for your decision about when MPD should be called. So I'm going to share my screen and bring up a document if you would bear with me.
I'm going to object to the introduction of this document on several grounds. The first being the same reasons that I've outlined, that Mr. Duggan is not an individual who is able to testify to this. He's never been a member of MPD. And the document itself, does not speak for the standards for the agency. Moreover, this document itself is one that there's no indication that it is current. The document itself references the MPD police chief who was last police chief in 2016. So there's absolutely no indication whatsoever that this is something that is currently MPD's best practices or was their best practices at the time of the incident in question. And if that's the case, then there's absolutely no basis for establishing that this is a document that determines what MPD's best practices are.
So the purpose of the testimony is, the purpose of the exhibit is what this establishment considers to be a situation in which an emergency is required and what it's based on. In the absence of any standard, any statute, any practice that exists within the agency, his decisions have to be based on something. And this is the something that it's based on, a publication from MPD. And it's perfectly appropriate for the board to consider whether adhering to MPD standards is reasonable in making the determination of when the police should be called. So the police saying when they should be called specifically by nightlife establishments is relevant. And in the absence of any agency standard, it's even more relevant than it otherwise would be.
I'm going to allow the document, but I'm not going to. I'll allow the document, and he can. I'll allow the.
Chairman
I hear.
Anderson.
Over your objection, Mr. Saul. I know that, but I think that in this particular case, we need to have a full record, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. So, Mr. Duggan, I am sharing my screen, and on the screen is a document reading beginning best practices for nightlife establishments. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's the brochure that was given to us by Metropolitan Police years ago, and actually followed up on at a meeting just within the past month with the chief's office as well as the 3D commander, asking for our help in determining when we should be calling for emergency services. But it's got a lot of things in there, and again, one in particular is when and why to call for police and EMS.
And is that the document you rely on in making your determination of when to call the police?
It is, because we have to have something when we're training people. They have to have some kind of concrete guidance as to what we don't want it to be, as the testimony was by the earlier, that each person's idea of what constitutes an emergency is different. We wanted to have something concrete that we can rely on.
Okay, so I am going to turn this to page 14. Okay, so we are now looking at page 14 of the document. And could you please tell me what, if anything, you rely on to determine whether or not to call MPD?
Well, basically the whole document. It determines what MPD considers to be an emergency. also determines what they don't consider to be an emergency. One of them being saying an ordinary bar fight. But obviously it has sexual assault, which is often something that happens that does not rise to personal injury or physical injury. However, it would be reported immediately in that situation. So it's basically just a guideline for us so that we have some type of guidance. And that's exactly what the front page said, that it's to help us maintain a safe environment for our patrons and our staff.
Very well. Mr. Chair, I move admission of respondent exhibit number 1.
I renew my objection, similar grounds, but also there are authentication concerns here that this board has not addressed. The board addressed the relevancy concerns and understand those. The authentication concerns remain, as Mr. Duggan is not an individual who could testify to whether this is in fact the best practices that MPD is currently espousing, based on the fact that it is he's never a member of MPD and the document itself is, by his own admission, several years old.
So two things I'd say to that, Mr. Anderson. Again, I find it curious that the government speaking out of both sides of its mouth. They're basically the entirety of their case consists of documents that can't or haven't been authenticated, each of which we objected to, and the board ruled that it goes to weight and not admissibility. Also, the purpose of that we are offering this document for is to show what Mr. Duggan relied on, and his testimony was that he received this document directly from MPD. So based on that, we believe it's admissible, and if the board wants to consider counsel's arguments as to weight, we think that's fair enough. But this is the standard that the establishment uses and therefore relevant to these proceedings.
I'm going to admit it over the objection. It's the document from Tooth. I will admit it over the objection of counsel. Let's move on.
Okay. And Mr. Duggan, have you ever had occasion to consult with MPD with respect to when your establishment should be calling for emergency services?
Actually, I attended a invitation-only meeting with the Attorney General personally, the Police Chief's office, my 3D Commander Bodler, and 3 council members just within the past 6 weeks, where they asked us for input and asked for our help in terms of, while they still have the understaffing of police, how to best utilize the resources that they have and how to keep the streets in the neighborhoods where we operate our business, how to keep it safe, as well as to try to understand that there are some real severe restrictions with regards to MPD with their staffing and what we can expect from them. So that was at the Lincoln Theater, and again, it was three council members, the Attorney General himself, the Police Chief's office, as well as the 3D Commander and other individuals. Interestingly enough, there was no one from ABRA that was invited.
Okay. And did you participate in the drafting of the security plan?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And there is a provision, paragraph E of the security plan, that talks about incident reports. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And that particular provision says that incident reports have to be made for any issues that there's a typographical error there saying arrive inside of the bar. Can you tell the board why you drew the line at inside versus outside of the bar?
Well, again, when we went through the making up the document, I was in touch with the board's trainer at the time, Susan Mitchell, that she trained the new investigators at the board. And it was under her advice that we keep everything from inside the bar because it's the only place we can control. And as soon as we start saying that we're going to be responsible for what happens in the street, what her response to me was, once you say that you're responsible, you can be held responsible. And so we can only have it for what happens inside the business. And anybody who's been on 18th Street and sees the craziness out there can understand why we're not going to try to be responsible for what happens outside.
Understood. And there was some questions from one of the board members about dealing with folks in public space who are not going to be patrons of the bar. Can you describe for the board how your security staff deals with obstructions from patrons who are not going to be patrons of the bar?
Well, again, I mean, the best that they can do is ignore them. But, you know, I mean, obviously there are times when people are coming up trying to walk in, either without showing ID or whatever. Our security just meant to just try to deal with them, to get them to go elsewhere, but to make it clear that they're not going into our establishment.
Okay.
For the most part, people listen. We relative for 30 some years that I've been in business, we've had 2 violations in 30 years. Something's working.
So what do you train your staff what to do if somebody in public space is not listening when they say, please move?
Well, again, you can't do anything to them in public. You know, you can ask. I mean, obviously we have some very aggressive panhandlers, and we've got sitting ducks waiting in a line that people are coming up trying to, get money from them, etc. We can ask them to move. We can say something, but we have no authority to move them or interfere with them physically in any way. And the staff is I'm extremely strong on impressing that upon them, because it's sort of like the apocalypse now. Don't get out of the boat. They're told not to leave the premises, and unfortunately, there are times when they see something severe happening out in the street, and they cannot intervene because we just can't take the chance of something happening out there.
So there has been some testimony surrounding the outside of the establishment, and we don't have any photos of the establishment in this particular case. But can you describe for the board how the outside of the establishment is laid out in terms of public space versus private space?
Sure. You walk out, there's immediately to the left, there's a bench. It's made to look like an old porch, is the way I designed it years ago. And in front of that is a sidewalk cafe with essentially what, again, I tried to make it look like a barn rail, whatever, a ranch rail, that encloses our outdoor cafe at the sidewalk cafe. And then there is a barrel out there, a Jameson whiskey barrel, right at the entrance, right at the exit for the sidewalk cafe, where it opens there. And that's where my security people, well, normally they set up a chair right by the barrel.
The barrel outside of the sidewalk cafe.
Correct.
Okay, great. I just want to see if I have anything else for you, Mr. Duggan. I think I may not. I have no further questions of this witness.
Mr. Southcott.
Just give me a second. Yes. Mr. Duggan, so you testified as to your understanding of what constitutes an emergency situation. You remember that?
I do.
And you testified that you relied on the MPD document for defining what constitutes an MPD, or for what constitutes an emergency situation, correct? But where exactly in that document does it define what an emergency situation is?
Actually, I don't have it in front of me, but Mr. Bianco could probably pull it up. But it specifically says, if somebody's unconscious, it does bring it up, and it specifically says not an ordinary bar fight, even. I brought that up because, but let me see.
I can share my screen related to the portion where Mr. Bianco was directing your attention to. Is this the page in question?
That's what he had on there before, yeah.
So this doesn't define emergency situations, though. It defines crimes and serious incidents. Doesn't it?
Actually, if we go to, and this is page 14 above there, and I'm sorry, the lighting in here is terrible, so let me see. It says, hold on, and if you don't mind, I can read it, or you can read it on the screen. It's on the screen right now. It says the best practices
are designed to apply to crimes and serious incidents.
Well, if you're talking about, I'm sorry, but originally what was alleged here was an assault. And in fact, you used that language of assault.
My question is whether the document defines what an emergency situation is.
It says,
but the document itself describes crimes and serious incidents, not emergency situations, correct?
It's give me a minute. Let me just get on here. It says, for these purposes, assaults are deemed serious when the victim of the physical assault is either unconscious or is obviously in need of immediate medical treatment for a serious or life-threatening injury, such as a stabbing or slashing. This is more serious in nature than a bar fight with minor injuries. An exception to this general is sexual assault. And in fact, I think I brought that up earlier. So yes, we do take it very, very seriously. And if it's something of a sexual assault, we don't look for these injuries or somebody is unconscious. But that's, again.
With respect, Mr. Duggan, that's not my question. My question is whether they defined what an emergency situation is, not whether they defined whether this applies to crimes and serious incidents. Can you point me to anywhere in the document where the document specifically defines what an emergency situation is?
Hold on, Mr. Duggan, let the attorney finish asking the question. Remember, we have a court reporter who's trying to capture all the information, okay? So I can't have two people speaking at the same time, okay?
So,
do you have a question? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Can you point me to where it specifically defines emergency situations as opposed to crimes and serious incidents?
Actually, no, I don't believe it does define.
Thank you. Moving on to my next question.
I'm going to object that the witness has to be allowed to answer the question completely.
I asked a yes or no question, and he responded no. That is a complete answer to the question.
All right, General, let's move on.
So I'm going to direct your attention to page 5 of this document, which says that specifically the second paragraph, which reads, the Metropolitan Police Department has adopted and expanded these guidelines as suggested ways to achieve that goal. They are meant as a general roadmap for owners and managers, not as a list of laws applicable to all establishments and all situations. Did I read that correctly?
Oh my God, you're amazing. Yes, you did.
So based on that, the general roadmap is not something that is binding on the establishment, is it?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. Relevance. Document speaks for itself. Counsel can make argument when it's time to make argument and not arguing with a witness.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Okay. I'm now going to direct your attention to page 12 of this document. Page 14, number 12 rather. Do you see where it says number 12 says all crimes and incidents should be documented in the establishment's activity log or on an incident report formed by management level employee who is present at the time of the incident. This manager need not have been a witness to the incident, but is responsible for interviewing the witnesses and documenting the pertinent information. Did I read that correctly?
Again, amazing.
Could you answer yes or no?
Yes, you did a great job.
Based on, do you agree with the recommendation in this report that all incidents should be documented in an incident report formed by a management level employee?
again, we're going to what documented constitutes an incident. And no, I don't believe that all incidents, I mean, again, this individual wrote to us saying that we need to fire the bartender who also called him an asshole. You know, everything is not an incident.
So to be clear, you don't agree with the way in which this says that an incident, that all crimes and incidents should be documented. You don't believe that.
Yeah, I'm saying what constitutes an incident. I don't believe, and what I believe has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay. So I'm now going to direct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Southcott. I just didn't see what paragraph number.
Oh, this is paragraph 12. It's found on page 15 of the document.
Paragraph 12. Okay.
Paragraph 12. Yeah, it's marked as number 12.
Yeah. I see. Thank you very much. Sorry, I just needed that clarification.
Yep, that's fine. And so directing your attention then, Mr. Duggan, to your establishment's own security plan, and I'll just stop sharing my screen briefly. Okay, I have it up right there. So this is the security plan in question that we've been discussing, correct?
Correct.
And your Exhibit 11, Section E under this states that managers are required to make incident reports for any issues that arrive inside the bar. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Yes.
So any issues that arise inside the bar require an incident report, but that's different from MPD's recommendation that any incidents require an incident report.
I'm gonna
Is that what your testimony is?
object to the characterization of his testimony. There was absolutely nothing in the document that counsel read into the record drawing a distinction or in any way stating that it had anything to do with anything that occurred outside of the boundaries of an establishment. So putting those words in his mouth is a mischaracterization.
I didn't put those words into his mouth. I asked why he disagreed with one set of documents and agreed with another set of documents.
I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness can answer the question if he can.
You can have to restate it. I can't. Go ahead, please.
So, Mr. Duggan, you do believe that that your establishment is bound by the terms of its security plan, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And Section E says that managers are required to make incident report for any issues that arrive inside the bar, correct?
Again, any issues that arise to the level of an incident. I mean, again, in this situation, we even had a guy saying that we need to fire somebody for being called an asshole. You know, we're not going to write up every time. If I have to write up an incident report for every time somebody uses the word asshole, again, at a certain point, there's a little bit of common sense that I try to use, and I'm hoping that you're going to probably learn to use.
So your testimony is that there can be incidents which occur inside the bar that do not rise to the level of requiring an incident report. That's your testimony.
100%. It depends on what you talk about incidents. Again, the general manager talked about, that she had a negative thing where the liquor wasn't delivered on time. Incident. Again, we're going to have to use a little bit of common sense. What do you consider an incident?
Well, I'm not testifying here. You are. But your case, or your security plan doesn't say any incident that rises to the level of needing to be reported as an incident. It just says managers are required to make incident reports for any issues that arrive inside the bar. That's what the document says, isn't it?
That's what the document says. And the interpretation of the document means that you need to use a little bit of common sense. There are so many issues that happen in a bar, restaurant, or any business nonstop 24 hours a day when you are open. We do not consider every little issue. There's not salt on the one table. I'm sorry, I'm not going to write it up. We have to use some common sense here, sir.
I appreciate that. So you testified about the grounds of your establishment. Is that correct? And that there's sort of the area you described, a porch area, you described there being a fence, you described there being a sidewalk cafe. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay, so how far back from the establishment does the sidewalk cafe go from the door? Like, what is the distance between the door and the end of the sidewalk cafe?
Maybe
Sorry, your sound cut out.
I'm sorry. I think it's about 6 to 7 feet. It's a pretty small sidewalk cafe.
Okay, and is that considered to be outside of the establishment or inside the establishment?
That is part of the establishment.
So that's considered inside the establishment.
Correct. It is.
Okay, so if there's a confrontation that took place directly in front of the door inside the sidewalk cafe, that would be a confrontation that took place inside the establishment, correct?
There was no confrontation at the door.
Please answer my question.
I don't understand your question.
If there is a confrontation that took place between members of your staff and a patron that happened on the front of the door inside the sidewalk cafe area, did that confrontation take place inside the establishment or outside the establishment?
Hypothetical. Again, you're saying, that confrontation. What do you mean by confrontation? Let me see your ID.
If an individual stabbed one of your bar security in the sidewalk cafe, is that an incident that occurred inside or outside of the establishment?
I would say inside.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duggan.
You're gonna have to bring up I can't hear you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duggan.
Go ahead, Mr. Short. We can hear you.
Okay.
Hold on, let her bring my volume up a little bit.
Mr. Duggan, you've been in business since 1993?
92.
92, forgive me for. Are you familiar with the standards that are provided in our codes and in the District of Columbia, ABCA, Alcoholic Beverage Administration's laws and practices?
I honestly haven't seen anything from ABRA since you became the Cannabis Administration also. So that's what I'd say. I have not seen, so I apologize.
Well, maybe your attorney can help you with this, but in 25-836, which deals with security plans and security cameras, and in that it states everything that you need to know about security plans, which you have one, which you know that you cannot be written up for a violation in the police codes, but only by ABCA codes. Is that correct? Yes or no?
I don't know. I can't. I'm hoping that you'll be able to tell me.
Okay, well, maybe that's the reason why we're here this afternoon. And again, I would advise not only you, but every person who owns a business. And I've been on the board now. This is going on my 12th year, or maybe a little more. And I've seen you on several occasions, and you've seen me. Is that correct?
Oh, believe me, yes.
Okay, so you have a security plan.
I've seen you once before, Mr. Short. That was in 2016 on the case that the board found us in violation.
That's not important. But anyway, we know each other. What I'm trying to say to you is, you said there are no guidelines. Well, someone made the statement that you were using MPD's guidelines because Aubrey hadn't produced anything for you to go by.
We said ABRA does not produce documents as to what constitutes an emergency. We didn't say ABRA does not give us guidelines. And in fact, I told you that I wrote the security plan at the direction of the ABRA trainer, Susan Mitchell.
How many years ago was that?
Quite a few. I don't even remember.
Do you know that there have been new regulations with security plans since you've done that one?
Very honestly, I don't know. I can't say definitively that I do know.
Well, there have been, and this latest code book was just written. We just received it maybe about a year, 18 months ago. And it would be behoove you and every business owner who sells alcohol in the District of Columbia to keep one of these close to them, or at least have an attorney who could tell them not to come before this board and say, I have no guidelines because I go to MPD. You have guidelines, and the problem why you're sitting before us today is someone in either your business or someone managing your business did not go by the security plan which you have on file, in which, sir, I think that you were in violation for not writing a report.
I'm going to object on Mr. Duggan. Bill, please let me make my objection. I'm going to object on several grounds. One, the reading of the statute by Mr. Short is nowhere near what it actually says. The provision of the security plan that is at issue is nearly a copy paste of the section of the statute that he is referencing. And, you know, finally, his remarks that he's prejudged this case, I think, are extremely concerning and may even merit recusal. I'd like to take a look at that issue.
Well, if I could address that, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
I think I should be allowed to do that. What I'm reading to in this proceeding is what a security plan states, which is the law, not only for Mr. Dugan, but everyone who sells alcohol in the District of Columbia, who has licenses to have the endorsements that Mr. Dugan has on his establishment. And it clearly states in the statute for anyone to read what you're supposed to do under your security plan and how you are to submit reports. It's there for anyone to read. I don't think anybody's being prejudging when they go by the code book, which I'm going by right now. And again, anybody who would come before this board, I found it insulting to say I have to go to MPD or the Metropolitan Police Department because this board and ABCA has not given you any guidelines to tell you when to write report and information to be provided. I think if I can finish, please, I really think that if anyone who owns an ABC establishment in the District of Columbia were to go by section 25-836, they would find themselves before this board in regulations and in abidance with their license. And with that, I would still ask a question.
What's the question, Mr. Short?
My question, Mr. Duggan, is how old is your security plan?
Very honestly, I don't know. I can't answer that.
We
regularly look at it though. And again, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I said that there's no guidance in ABRA or ABCA, whatever it is now, with regards to what constitutes an emergency. And the testimony earlier in this case was that the only investigator said that his idea of an emergency would not be the same as another investigator's idea of an emergency. So that's what I was saying, that we referred to the best practices, and where we saw that, they're saying not an ordinary bar fight. We're just looking for guidance. And what I said that was not, I didn't say that the ABRA code is ridiculous or anything of the sort. I said it did not give us guidance for that particular issue. And you're just drawing something that's completely different. And again, saying that I'm guilty before we've even finished the testimony here is a little bit harsh, I hope.
I've not said anything like that. I've not said anything like that.
I'm sorry. All right, enough. All right. Do you have another question, Mr. Do you have another question you need to ask the witness, Mr. Short? This is not a colloquy between the parties. Do you have another question you need to ask, sir?
Yes. The question I'd like to ask him is his security plan sufficient for his business today since it was written years ago?
I believe so. And as Mr. Bianco testified, is that it's almost a copy and paste from what your recommendations are for a security plan. My security plan was written at the guidance of ABRA. I don't get this thing of trying to find a crime where there is no crime and always coming up yes, we've known each other. We've had hearings together, but I'll bring it back to in 30 plus years, I've had 2 violations, Mr. Short. This is not a gang.
I would like to ask this question
Okay.
of anyone who can provide this. Does anyone,
Mr. Short, you're asking a question.
My question is, can someone provide, or will someone provide the history of Mr. Dugan's establishment for the last 9 or 10 years? Because he said, Mr. Chairman, I think that I'm being proper when I do this. I think I'm being proper.
No, you're not being proper, Mr. Short. Mr. Short, you are cross-examining. You're asking questions of Mr. Duggan. You need to ask him questions, so you cannot ask anyone else. So you have to ask a direct question of Mr. Duggan, and that's where we are.
Mr. Duggan, who's responsible for writing up an incident report, should there be one at your business?
The manager on duty.
You've been sitting through this hearing. Has your manager followed those instructions because of the case we're here today?
Yes, she has. Yes, she has.
What did you understand her report said while we're here today?
She didn't write the incident report of that night because the situation that happened outside on the sidewalk, outside of the bar and outside of the sidewalk cafe. That there was no emergency situation. We had an individual who was, by the testimony of the person who has nothing to do with our restaurant, and only we found out that this person had been there. The testimony of that person is that there was some guy going off yelling in the street, on the sidewalk, and then he came up to the doorman trying to get back in. This wasn't an incident that she should have reported. She follows the law. She follows our regulations here inside of our establishment. And as I said, I think our record speaks for itself. 33 years and 2 violations, one of them being a fart in 2012, I believe it was. Ridiculous. We do a pretty good job, and I think there's a reason why we get invited to a meeting with the mayor's office and with the chief of police, because they want our input. We're good citizens here.
I understand, and I respect that.
Right.
Did she write an incident report for this incident, and why didn't she write it the same time she got the information?
Actually, that's not true whatsoever. Let me correct you. She did write it as soon as she got the information. She got the information when she got emails from some nutball attorney somewhere in New Jersey writing about coming to get the thugs and this and that. But she still followed up, went to the individuals, and wrote up an incident report then. Not the night of that this happened, but I think it was about a week later. She did exactly what she was supposed to do, and she's extremely conscientious. And I take extreme objection of trying to put some cause.
I found her to be quite credible. I found her to be quite credible. The reason why I'm asking this question about a report writing is because it's required. Is it or is it not that you write an incident report?
If there is an incident inside the bar, Mr. Short, yes, she's absolutely required to, and she absolutely does and has. She is doing her job 100% the way she was brought in to do. She's a great general manager, and we run an extremely safe environment here. We have individuals that come in and go off the deep end. If I could finish, Mr. Short, thank you. If we have individuals that come in and cause a problem, that is not an issue for the general manager. She's trying to keep the customers and our staff safe. She does a great job at that. And I think our record over the years shows that we do as well.
My last question. Should someone walk up to the front door of your establishment, don't come across your door sill, but hold a gun, should you write a report?
Jesus, Mr. Short. Actually, Mr. Short, just so that you know, outside of my establishment, last December, somebody did pull the gun. I watched a guy murder somebody, and he took his last shot at me. Yes, I did make a police report.
Okay.
The police ask us to be their eyes and ears on this street. We take our responsibilities extremely seriously. Our people are trained that if we see something, not just at our door, they call if they see somebody attacking somebody on the street. They can't get involved, but we are the eyes and the ears of the Metropolitan Police. That's why they ask us to come to a meeting, ask us for our help to help them make our neighborhood as safe as it is inside our bar, outside of our bar.
Thank you. So someone got shot, and you wrote a report outside of your establishment, correct?
Actually, I didn't write a report. The detectives came to me and took the report as to the guy shooting at me with his last shot from his gun And luckily he was a bad shot, or I wouldn't be here answering these extremely important questions.
You did submit your company, and you did submit a report of something that happened outside of your establishment. Is that correct?
I have no idea what you're talking about. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Short.
Is there another question?
I have no, what, I don't, he said, what report is he talking
All right.
about?
Is there another question? All right. Is there another question?
My last question is,
The last one was the last one.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Duggan,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is there another question, Mr. Short?
if there's an incident outside of the door of your establishment, have you ever written a report, and why?
Mr. Short, two things. I don't know. And outside of my door is still in my establishment because it's inside the Sidewalk Cafe. So if there is an incident inside that
Thank you. That's all I have,
Cafe,
Mr. Chairman. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Cool. Thank you.
Mr. Duggan, were you done, sir?
Yes, I'm fine with you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Duggan, thank you for being with us today. My questions are in line with the security plan and the lifespan of the plan. You said you did not know how long ago the plan was created, correct?
Correct. I don't know.
Just for my clarification, can you tell me what would constitute you believing that the plan would become obsolete? Are there any elements of the plan that would make it obsolete after a period of time, or if there's any sort of specific period of time where you would be planning to revisit editing or updating the plan?
I look at the plan regularly. I look at the plan regularly. Do I think any parts of it are obsolete? No. I mean, there are things in here that we've added more cameras. Where on our plan it says exactly how many cameras. We've added more since then. But no, I don't think there's any parts of it that are obsolete whatsoever.
Right. So not so much am I asking you if you think the current plan is obsolete? Are there any stipulations that would cause you, like, are there any rules internally for you that would say, okay, now I believe it's time to change one element or the entire document? I'm not suggesting that your plan is obsolete, but do you have any internal sort of like clock or guidance that would prompt you to change anything with the security plan?
Well, the security plan itself that was submitted, no, but we constantly are updating with our employees. We're always looking at better ways to make sure that we're in a safe environment here for our staff, our customers. We're constantly updating that. But this is written in a broad fashion, and that's my instructions from the ABC board trainer at the time, Susan Mitchell, was so that it could evolve without having to change every period or comma that we want to add there. But yes, we are constantly looking at it, and we believe that the plan itself is not obsolete whatsoever, nor any part of it is obsolete. But we use it as a guideline. Yes.
So one final question for my clarification, right? For my purposes, right? Of clarification. When you mention that it evolves, are there ever moments where it evolves and you put pen to paper to actually change it?
The security plan itself?
Yes.
No, I've never put anything in there to change the plan itself.
Okay, so when you say it evolves, can you explain that for me though? Because I'm not understanding how it evolves, but you don't change it from pen to pad.
No, I wasn't saying the security plan evolves. I said we evolve as a business.
Okay.
We as a business are constantly looking at, something that came up yesterday might not have come up 6 years ago. It's things have changed with regards to making sure on the IDs. The fake IDs are, made better than the real ones at certain points. It's we're constantly looking at things and constantly talking to our staff, and especially our security staff, as to how to best operate a business. We do evolve, and I hope that we continue to evolve.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Safka, any questions?
No further questions.
Mr. Bianco, any questions?
Yes, just one. Okay, so Mr. Duggan, Mr. Southcott read from page 15 of MPD's nightlife guidelines specifically paragraph 12 on page 15, stating all crimes and incidents should be documented in the establishment's activity log or on an incident report form by a management level employee who was present at the time of the incident. Is there anything in that provision or anywhere else in this document that states such a report should be made for occurrences outside of the establishment?
Not one whatsoever.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duggan, for your testimony.
Thank you, Chief.
Is that time? Do you rest, Mr. Bianco?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. Are the parties ready for closing?
I'm going to be asking for briefs. If the board would like to hear a brief closing, we can do that as well, but we'll primarily rely on the authority cited in our briefs.
Meaning, I'm confused.
So I intend to file a brief, and if the board would like to accept that in lieu of an oral closing, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Well, is it a brief or our proposed finding of facts and conclusion of law? I'm trying to figure out which is.
Oh,
yeah.
I understand now what the question is. I was misstating it. Yes, proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law.
We haven't gotten there quite there yet. So okay, all right. So all right, all right. So you have rested. At this portion, I would ask for closing arguments, but I guess are the parties proposing to not do closing arguments, and it's now Mr. The licensee has basically stated that they're going to do proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law.
The district would rather just handle this with closing arguments. It doesn't believe the post-hearing briefing would be necessary.
Well, it's you can do your closing, sir, and counsel has basically put it on the record that he would be doing his proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. So you can go ahead and do your closing.
Okay. Members of the board, at bottom, this is a pretty simple matter that is contingent just on one question: whether the establishment violated its security plan on the evening of May 20th into the 21st of 2023. Based on the evidence and testimony you heard, it is clear that they did violate their security plan and in the process violated DC Code section 25-823A6. Well, what did we hear? For starters, we heard many different versions of the events, but despite that, there's some common facts that everyone agrees to. Everyone agrees that on the night of May 21st, there was a confrontation between patrons and Madame Zorgan's staff, which led to a physical altercation. Accounts from both the patrons and Madame Zorgan's employees describe security staff making comments which escalated the situation. Now, who started the fight is contested, but what's not contested is what happened afterwards. The patron, Mr. Scheidt, filed a police report within hours of the confrontation. By contrast, Madame Zorgan did nothing the night of the incident. They did not call police or EMS, even though their security plan says that they must be called for any emergency situation. And it's uncontested that the statements of employees Johnson and Payton were dated to at least June 10th, 2023, weeks after the night in question. Based on these uncontested facts, it's clear that the establishment violated its obligations under the security plan. Now, Mr. Duggan testified that some common sense is needed to evaluate the terms of the security plan, and the district wholeheartedly agrees. Madame Zorgan violated Section A2, which says that police and or EMS are called for any emergency situation. And they also violated Section E, which says that managers are required to make incident reports for any issues, and that if a matter is referred to MPD or ABCA, Madame Zorgan refers to the incident report. In response, the establishment has offered several defenses. First, they contend that the physical altercation never rose to the level of an emergency situation, so their obligation to contact police or EMS was never triggered. This flies in the face of the testimony of ABCA investigator Ruiz, who testified that according to each one of the 4 accounts contained in the case report, accounts that came from patrons and the establishment who have an obligation to provide truthful statements to this entity during their investigations, that the fight rose to the level of an emergency situation. In particular, investigator Ruiz clarified that while a push wouldn't necessarily constitute an emergency situation, when individuals are grabbing one another, it does become an emergency situation. And here, the written accounts of both members of the establishment security staff describe a situation where grabbing occurred and the fight went to the ground. We also heard testimony from Zach Miller, but his account of the events was drastically different from the accounts provided by Mr. Payton and Mr. Johnson. According to Mr. Johnson's and Mr. Payton's statements, a woman got into it with the security establishment by pointing her finger. But Mr. Miller said that didn't happen, as the patron yelling was by himself. Mr. Miller also contradicted Mr. Payton's account when Mr. Payton said that a bystander had to pry the patron's hands off of his legs, whereas Mr. Miller didn't describe any such altercation. Mr. Miller's recollection of events differs so vastly from the other accounts that it raises serious concerns that Mr. Miller's even describing the same incident, and the district asked that the board not consider his evidence to be particularly credible, especially he was never inside the establishment and therefore couldn't testify as to how the altercation started. But the establishment itself has also attempted to defend itself by saying that what constitutes an emergency situation did not rise to the level of the incidents described here. Ms. Reynolds testified that an emergency situation occurred when somebody suffers bodily harm or when somebody is hurt. But when questioned on whether somebody who was bleeding constituted an emergency situation, she was unable to provide clarity on when that level of bodily harm or somebody getting hurt rises to an emergency situation. Furthermore, just because a manager was unaware of the incident, seemingly because security didn't tell the manager, that doesn't excuse the establishment's responsibility to act. Ms. Reynolds testified that she trusts her security personnel to inform her when something rises to the level where she needs to be notified to generate an incident report. But per the statements of Mr. Johnson and Mr. Payton, there was a violent altercation which took place between a patron and staff, involving the patron grabbing security staff, and yet these individuals apparently never told Ms. Reynolds about the incident on the night in question. Further, the establishment has tried to make the defense that their security plan just requires that personnel be trained to contact MPD and EMS in emergency situations, not that they actually have to contact them in emergency situations. Well, this argument was contradicted by the testimony of Ms. Reynolds, who said that they do contact emergency services in situations which arise inside the bar. And the reading provided by the establishment is not supported by the text or common sense. If that were true, if it were true that Section A only concerns training, then Section A1 wouldn't need to highlight that security are trained to recognize and de-escalate conflict. But according to their understanding, so long as security have been instructed to contact police or EMS in emergencies, a mass shooting could occur inside the establishment and security personnel would have no obligation to alert the authorities. The security plan clearly requires more than that, as evidenced by Ms. Reynolds' testimony. Further, the establishment argues that the reason an incident report wasn't generated on the night in question was because managers are only required to make incident reports for issues that occur inside the bar. And there was a lot of back and forth as to the difference between inside the bar and outside the bar. Ms. Reynolds testified that if two patrons inside the bar got into a physical altercation, then the establishment would generate an incident report. But here, she testified that Mr. Johnson's description of a physical altercation doesn't rise to the level of an incident report, despite the security plan saying that incident reports are generated for any issues. Ms. Reynolds testified that she generated an incident report for somebody receiving a wrong credit card. That rose to the level of needing to create a report, but apparently a physical altercation between staff and patrons doesn't rise to the level that it needs to be reported. Further, this inside-outside distinction was blurred and became functionally meaningless, as evidenced through the testimony of Ms. Reynolds and Mr. Duggan. Ms. Reynolds testified that their security personnel are trained to handle line management, which takes place wholly outside of the bar, indicating that the establishment knows that it is the obligations which extend beyond the interior of the bar. Mr. Duggan also testified in response to questioning from Mr. Short that his staff have called emergency services when they see things occurring down the street. Mr. Duggan also testified that a stabbing which occurred in the sidewalk cafe area would be considered to be inside the establishment, meaning that the establishment had an obligation to create an incident report for that circumstance. Based on the accounts of every person who provided an account of the night in question, to the extent that there was a physical altercation, it took place immediately outside of the door of the establishment, originated there, meaning that the establishment had an obligation, even if it originated in the sidewalk cafe, to create an incident report for the physical altercation which took place directly in front of the establishment. However, That inside-outside distinction only matters if you accept the faulty premise that the incident only took place outside the bar. The statements of both Aaron Payton and Walter Johnson describe a verbal altercation which occurred inside the bar and which turned into a physical altercation outside. And Mr. Duggan himself, and the statements rather of Mr. Scheidt and Ms. Clark emphatically support the notion that there was a verbal altercation and that there was a confrontation that was taking place which originated inside the bar and then spilled out onto the street. Finally, I'd like to speak to credibility of the various accounts. There's been no evidence presented by the establishment that Mr. Scheidt or Ms. Clark had any animosity towards Madam Zorgan prior to May 21st, 2023. And within hours of the incident occurring, Mr. Scheidt filed a police report documenting what he perceived as an assault by security staff. He did so even though DC Code 5-117.05 makes it a crime to file a false police report. His account describes security personnel escalating the conflict inside the bar by making an extremely derogatory remark about Mr. Scheidt's partner, which was then repeated to her in her presence. And his account describes security personnel assaulting him and him sustaining injuries as a result. By contrast, Madam Zorgan did nothing on the night of the incident to refute the damaging accusations made by Mr. Scheidt and Ms. Clark. They created no incident report on that night. They did not contact MPD. And yet they want us to believe that the statements they produced weeks later, once an investigation had already began into an assault case, and say that those statements are more credible than a report made by a patron on the night of the incident in question. And that even more so than that statements made by an eyewitness who described the events in substantially milder terms than even security staff did, that person should be the determiner of the degree, the severity of the incident, despite his account being contradicted by the establishment's own staff. We ask the board to consider the credibility of the actors in evaluating the facts in this case. But credibility aside, the district is pursuing one charge and one charge only. That on May 21st, 2023, Madam Zorgan violated DC Code Section 25-823A6 by failing to follow its security plan when it did not contact MPD or EMS in response to an emergency situation, and that they violated their security plan by failing to create an incident report in a timely fashion. This charge can be sustained by uncontested facts contained in the accounts provided by the patrons and by the establishment security staff. Therefore, we ask that this board find Madam Zorgan liable for violating its security plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Bianco, you're going to waive a formal closing?
Yeah, I'll include any argument in the proposed findings.
Okay, fine. Since the parties are going to, the record is now closed, since the parties are going to do proposed findings and facts and conclusion of law, the transcript should be available within 3 weeks. And the proposed findings and facts and conclusion of law is therefore due 30 days after the transcript is received, and the board will issue a decision 90 days after upon receipt of the proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law. All right. So I'm gonna let me bring this case to closure. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23251-00016 Madams Organ, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of.
I'm done.
I'm sorry, Ken. I need Mr. Bianco. I need you to mute your line. And I forgot where I was. Seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23251-00016 Madams Organ, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23251-00016 Madams Organ for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
You want that second?
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. Before us now has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you for your presentation today, and the board will take this matter under advisement. Have a great day.
Thank you, members of the board.
All right, thanks. All right, let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 1st for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for May 1st, as published in the DC Register on April 26th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I want to thank the members of the public who participated in our process today, and I will now ask all board members to return to executive session for further business. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.